Please be seated. Good evening, everyone, to this evening's meeting of Medway's Full Council. As usual, this meeting is being live-streamed via the Council's website, and I would like to welcome everyone who is watching online, as well as everyone present here tonight. Medway Interfaith Action are supporting the mayoralty this year, and Paramjot Kaur, who represents the Sikh faith, will now say the prayers.
Okay, so I'm going to start with the prayers and then I will talk a little bit about it. De Shiva Barmoe has Shubhakarmante Kabhu Nataro, Nadaro Arso Jabajailaro, Nisaje Karapani Jeet Guru, Arasikho Apanehi Manako, E Lalachaho, Gunako Ucharo, Jaba Avakio, the Nidana Bane Akahir and Ame Tabajujamaro. Oh God, grant my request so that I may never deviate from doing good deeds, that I shall have no fear of the enemy when I go to fight, that I may teach my mind to only sing your praises, and when the time comes, I should die fighting heroically. Jauto prem khelen ka jao sir tartali gali meriao, itamarik ber tarije sir dije kaadme kije. If you want to play the game of love, first put your head on your palm. If you set foot on this path, don't hesitate to give your head. Sura so peshani jo lare din ki gehet, burja burja katmare kabuna chade khet. So that person is called a warrior who fights for what is right. Even if she gets sliced to pieces, she doesn't leave the battleground. So what does this mean in the context of today? To do what's right in the face of injustice, or spend your life putting yourself out there for others who may never see you, never thank you, never get to know who you are or what you've done. It's not always an easy thing. To do that just to see others thrive. It's a part of the moral fabric of a Sikh to stand up and do what's right, even to her own detriment. So standing for what's right, I think, doesn't need to be a moment of righteousness. It doesn't need to be a moment of deciding between right or wrong. It's a way of life, a way of selfless service that can be woven through your daily life until it becomes an inextricable part of who you are. Seva means selfless service. So seva and nam japana, to meditate on God's name, that's the path of a Sikh. It's learning to serve nishkam, that means without desire for reward or recognition. You do it for the love of it, and you do it for the love of others. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paramjit Kaur. We will now start with the agenda items. The first item being apologies for absence. I have received apologies for absence from Councillor Hubbard and Councillor Shoka. Councillor Myton, are there any apologies for absence from your group?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Apologies from Councillor Jackson.
Thank you. Councillor Kemp?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have apologies from Councillor Lamass, Councillor Filmer and Councillor Spring.
Thank you. Councillor Sands?
We're all present and correct.
Thank you. We now move to agenda item 2, which is declarations of interest. I will ask our monitoring officer, Bhupinder Gill, to advise members on the issues of interest in respect of agenda item 10, which is the budget report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, members. At tonight's meeting, members will be debating and voting on the Council's revenue and capital budget for the next financial year. This is a significant decision, and therefore I wanted to just take a couple of minutes to remind members of their obligations in respect of specific responsibilities in relation to the declarations of interest, which I've covered in recent correspondence. Firstly, members will be aware that if they are in 2 months' arrears or more of council tax, they have to declare that specifically, and having done so, they are not permitted to vote on the budget reports. When the vote is taken, their name will then not be read out. Secondly, I was made aware of a number of potential pecuniary interests that might arise from members either having licensing or leasing of allotments from the council, tenancies of residential or commercial premises to or from the council, their spouse, partner, friend or family member with whom they have a close association may be an employee of the council, or they may be in receipt of council tax reduction or an exemption. I have granted a dispensation to all members of the council to enable them to participate, debate and vote on the budget report, agenda item 10, in respect of those matters and only for tonight's meeting. However, members still need to declare their interest and that a dispensation has been granted. The dispensation in relation to the receipt of council tax reduction does not apply to agenda item number 7. That is the report on council tax reduction scheme. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Bhupinder. Members, are there any declarations of disclosable pecuniary interest or any other significant interest? Councillor Hackwell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just like to say that my wife is an occasional lecturer tutor for the adult education, so therefore she's technically an employee of Medway Council.
Thank you. Councillor Spalding.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'm grateful to the Monetary Officer for the assistance he's given on this matter. I'm declaring a DPI in item 7. I will leave the room for that. I'm also making a declaration in accordance with the Local Government Finance Act 1992, section 106, and I will not be voting on items 7, 8, 9 and 10. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As my employer is Citizens Advice Medway, I have a pecuniary interest as an employee, and I will not be voting or taking part as they have been impacted by the budget this evening.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a disclosable pecuniary interest, a dispensation for which has been granted by the Council's Chief Legal Officer for this meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Mahill.
Thank you. I have a disclosable pecuniary interest, a dispensation for which has been granted by the Council's Chief Legal Officer for this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
I have a disclosable pecuniary interest, a dispensation for which has been granted by the Council's Chief Legal Officer for this meeting. Thank you. Thank you. All the members who have declared an interest. Oh, there are some more. Councillor Crozer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've another significant interest as a trustee of AMAT UK, a registered charity providing temporary accommodation and supported living services to Medway Council, and have been granted a dispensation.
Thank you. Councillor Prenter. Oh, Luella Prenter.
Which has been granted by the Council's Chief Legal Officer for this meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
I have a DPI, a dispensation for which has been granted by the Council's Chief Legal Officer for this meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Hammondasher.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a DPI, a dispensation for which has been granted by the Council's Chief Legal Officer for this meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Mandarakis.
Thank you. I have a DPI, a dispensation for which has been granted by the Council's Chief Legal Officer for this meeting.
Councillor Mark Prenter.
I have a disclosable pecuniary interest, a dispensation for which has been granted by the Council's Chief Legal Officer for this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillors? Councillor Coombs.
DPI, a dispensation for which has been granted by the Council's Chief Legal Officer for this meeting.
Thank you. Any other councillors? Councillor Myton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a DPI, a dispensation for which has been granted by the Council's Chief Legal Officer for this meeting.
Thank you very much. Is that all? For all the members who have declared an interest, I would like to remind them that they withdraw from the meeting during discussion of the relevant items, and that you can use the office at the entrance of this building for that purpose. Thank you. We move on to Agenda 3. which is the record of meeting. Is it agreed that I sign the minutes of the meeting held on 24th January as an accurate record? We have Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a point about answers that are written answers to members' questions that don't appear in the minutes. Given the questions are a public record, could those written answers become a public record, and also in a timely fashion, please?
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. I would like to advise that that is noted and followed through. Thank you very much. Everyone else happy that I signed the minutes of the meeting? Yeah? Thank you. Moving on to Agenda 4, which is the Mayor's announcements. I have often said that in Medway, we are incredibly proud of our rich history, heritage, and traditions. We believe in compassionate leadership and celebrate our rich tapestry of diverse community groups. We reach out, are mutually respectful, and work together really well to build a stronger, more harmonious and united borough where everybody feels valued, accepted, included, and celebrated for who they are and how they enrich our borough. We are very proud of our large, free community events that time and again brings the whole community together of all ages, backgrounds, and abilities. We recently enjoyed the highly successful Chinese New Year Parade and Festival at Chatham Town Centre, widely held as one of the biggest and most successful Chinese New Year celebrations in the UK outside of London. On behalf of everyone in Medway, I would therefore like to thank the hard-working events team at Medway Council, Chatham Town Centre Forum, Nucleus Arts Team, Medway Youth Council, and Cut O Chinese Association for yet another highly successful community event. I would also like to advise members of the Mayor's Charity Gala, which will be held on Friday the 22nd of March at the Corn Exchange, Rochester, to raise valuable funds for my 3 chosen noble charities, SAFA, Medway Help for Ukrainians, and Young Medway. There will be important dignitaries from near and far, and as your mayor, I'm trying to showcase Medway as one of the most vibrant, fun, welcoming, positive, and sophisticated destination in the Southeast. I will be bringing together all the key players in Medway to celebrate and thank them for what they do to help make Medway such a great place to live, work, study, visit, raise families, and invest in. I hope to have your support. Further details about the event are available from my office. Moving on to tonight's proceedings, it is extremely important that we focus on the matters before us, and as always, that we conduct ourselves in a manner befitting public office, and that we all continue to have regard for the 7 principles of public life. I propose to suspend the Council rule in respect of time limits on speeches in relation to Agenda Item 10 only, which is the budget report, to allow 1 member from each group to speak on the budget item for an unlimited time. The normal time limits will then apply to other matters. Is that supported? Thank you. Please can I remind members to speak clearly into the microphones to ensure people in the public gallery and watching the live stream can hear properly, and can members ensure that written copies of any amendments are brought up to the top table first. Finally, I would like to ask all members to only interrupt another member while they're speaking if there is a genuine point of order or point of personal explanation to be made. We now move to Agenda Item 5, which is the Leader's Announcements. Councillor Myton, you have indicated that you wish to say something.
Just for a point of clarity, Madam Mayor, this is a question really for the Council's Chief Legal Officer. Further to our conversations earlier in the week, I was of the view from your email that anybody who has more than 1 property needs to declare the fact that they have a DPI in this meeting. Is that correct?
Chief Legal Officer?
They would need to declare that, yes. And If they do so now, I'm more than willing to consider a dispensation.
Thank you for being flexible. Okay, so I can see Councillor Wilding wants to declare something or wishes to say something.
I'd like to ask the Chief Legal Officer, my mother-in-law recently passed away. The house will go to my wife, but at the moment it's in probate and I'm the executor. So I've no idea who the legal owner will be considered. So I'll declare that as an interest if it makes it easier. Thank you.
We're sorry to hear about your mother-in-law's passing.
Thank you.
Sympathy.
Thank you. We'll note that as an interest and prepare to grant a dispensation on that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Turpin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Apologies if I've missed that recommendation, and I've not been aware of having to do that in the past, but if I do own more than one property in Medway, so if I can request that dispensation, please.
Bhupinder.
Yes, Madam Mayor, granted, and for similar applications as well.
Thank you. Councillor Goldwyn.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I've owned 2 properties in Medway for over 30-odd years. I believe I have declared those on my member's declaration of interest all the time I've been a member of this council. It's never been the case, in my knowledge, that we've had to declare that at this particular meeting, but I believe the Chief Legal Officer is aware of my situation there.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to offer this opportunity for any other councillors that wish to declare. Councillor Hackwell.
Yes, we also own several properties in Medway, which is on my declaration of interest, but I've never declared before at any budget meeting.
Thank you. Noted. Right. So there being no other councillors who wish to speak on that particular item, I will revert back to the leader's announcement, agenda item 5. May I call upon the leader of the council to make any announcements?
Thank you very much, Mayor Gurung. I have no announcements tonight. I may have other things to say later, though.
Thank you. Moving on swiftly to agenda 6. Nomination of Mayor and Deputy Mayor for 2024-2025. I will now invite Councillor Maritime to advise the Council whether the Labour and Cooperative Group is accepting or declining the nomination for the Deputy Mayor, for the Mayor and Deputy Mayor's nominations, and in the case of acceptance, who those nominations will be.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We are accepting those nominations, and we again, of course, welcome the return of the point system. Our nominees are for Mayor, Councillor Nesterov, and for Deputy Mayor, Councillor Hammond-Dishay.
Thank you. So we move to item number 7, which is the Council Tax Reduction Scheme 2024-2025. Councillor Van Dijk, would you like to make a proposal?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. This report recommends changes to the Council Tax Reduction Scheme and asks members to approve the proposed scheme for the 2024-25 financial year. This scheme provides vital assistance to residents on a low income or receiving certain benefits and includes residents who either own or rent their homes. This may include both unemployed and working residents. Eligibility requires that the claimant is 18 plus, on a low income, has under £16,000 worth of savings or capital, is liable for council tax and not in full-time education. The value of their home is disregarded. These criteria are in place to ensure that we reach those who most need help and who are not able to receive assistance through their statutory council tax discounts or exemptions. The Council is under a legal duty to consider each year whether to revise or replace its council tax reduction scheme. This decision must be made by the 11th of March, and any revision or replacement scheme must be the subject of a consultation. The process for consultation can take a year to complete, so it is not proposed for 2024-25. However, the current scheme does allow for an uprating of the income bands based on CPI in October of the preceding year. The details of the proposed changes are set out in section 4 of the report, and there are two options. Option 1, if we do not uprate the income bands, the government's increase in benefit rates means that some claimants would see their income increase by 6.7%, and this would make them fall into a band that offers a lower level of support with their council tax, potentially causing financial hardship. This could lead to an inability to meet their outstanding obligations and an additional collection burden on the council. Option 2 is to uprate the current income bands by the October 2023 CPI, and would mean that most residents continue to receive the same support despite their government benefit income increasing. On the rare occasion that someone is negatively affected by this option, this can be mitigated by application to the exceptional hardship scheme. The option would cost the council around £300,000. The current cost of the scheme in 23-24 is around 14.5 million. Elsewhere on this agenda, the proposed budget for 2024-25 includes a proposal to increase council tax by 4.994%. If this recommendation is accepted by the council, the cost of the council tax reduction scheme will be an estimated 15.6 million in 2024-25. This cost is already accounted for in the proposed budget for 24-25 elsewhere on this agenda. To ensure that our residents are able to benefit from the increase in their incomes during this current cost of living crisis, it is proposed that option 2 is approved. Members are also asked to note the positive impact of the discretionary policy for care leavers, which forms a vital part of our local offer. In 2023-24, the scheme has provided support worth £133,475 to care leavers. The Council is asked to approve and note the decision of the Cabinet as set out in section 6 of the report and the effect of the discretionary policy for care leavers. Council is asked to adopt the council tax reduction scheme for 2024-25, reflecting the uprated income bands as set out in Appendix 1.
Would you like to speak now?
Supported, Mayor Gurung, and I'll reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. In that case, I will move this motion to the floor for debate.
Any member?
No member wishes to speak on this motion? Right, okay, going back to Vince. Sorry, Councillor Maple.
I'm a Vince sort of guy. Thanks, Mayor Gurung. Look, this is a difficult one because, of course, when I was sat in Adrian's chair, Councillor Goldwyn's chair, you got me at it now, Councillor Goldwyn's chair, particularly when this policy first came in, this council took a, I think, punitive approach, was too excessive. The rest of the local government family have caught us up, actually, so we're now not an outlier. So, of course, this is something which this administration would like to be a little bit more radical and compassionate with, but has been well documented elsewhere, our finances are in a really challenging place. So we have to take forward the recommendation as Councillor Van Dijk has laid out. It is right and appropriate to recognise that uprating. Of course, one of the things which some individuals, lots of individuals who access this scheme have also accessed is the Household Support Fund. And again, I want to thank colleagues from across the chamber for supporting Councillor Coombs's motion. We know that councils up and down the country are following our lead, and we believe that there's also work with some of the national local government family organisations looking at that carefully. So I hope when Jeremy Hunt gets to his feet to deliver the second most important budget of this year, that I hope he reflects strongly on the fact that actually the Household Support Fund means that actually schemes like this are not under the excessive level of pressures they otherwise would be. Happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Back to the proposer, Councillor Van Dijk. Do you wish to add anything?
Nothing else to add, thank you.
Thank you. In that case, is that agreed? Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 8, which is the Treasury Management Strategy 2024-2025. Councillor Maple, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you very much, Mayor Gurung. I'm happy to move the recommendations as laid out in the document on page 153. I want to very clearly say a big thank you to the Audit Committee. They do a tremendous amount of work on this particular report, giving it the deep dive which in a format that full council never could do. So I look at that carefully and I welcome colleagues from across the chamber and the work they do looking at that. One of the things I would say is, of course, we've got an ongoing issue with one of our investments. We're keeping a close eye on that, and I'm grateful to officers in Mr. Watts' team for keeping me updated as we move forward on that. One of the other challenges with the Treasury Management Strategy is the national issue with the point of auditors. So we are in a situation like so many other places, and not just local government. Myself and colleagues who sit on Kent Fire and Rescue don't need to declare an interest, but we've had a similar conversation there as well. And from that perspective, that is a challenge to all, frankly, public sector organisations. We want to do what's right. We want to be open and transparent, but that sector, for lots of reasons, some of which we perhaps could have another conversation about another day, perhaps decisions that were taken a few years ago, etc., has ended up in a really challenging place. So I certainly recognise that the decisions that this committee will be looking at around the issue of audit, from our external auditors, we are in a position where lots of authorities across the country, that is not a Medway problem. I want to be really clear. I've got confidence in our finance team. I've got confidence in our audit committee. And I think actually the Treasury Management Strategy that comes forward is a good document, a strong document, but recognising as well, as I may mention in a couple of agenda items' time, some of the challenges for the Treasury Management, of course, is where we are with things like inflation, where that has been in double digits, interest rates, which of course have a mixed impact on a Treasury Management Strategy, and that is certainly not the making of this council. It may be the making of a former Prime Minister. Happy to move the two recommendations as laid out, Mayor Gurung.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Is that supported?
I'd support it, and I reserve my right to speak later.
Thank you. In that case, thank you, Councillor Brown. I will move this motion to the floor for debate. Does anyone wish to speak on this matter? All right. Going back to Councillor Brown.
Mayor Gordon. Sorry about that. I thank Councillor Maple for thanking the work of the Audit Committee, but what I would really like to say about this report is that we are working really hard to make sure that we've got the competencies to scrutinise, and also within Phil's team and within the finance team to have proper training and formal knowledge and the skills to do the job of the Audit Committee really well. And I would like to thank officers for their diligence in their investment plan. It wasn't their problem that people were dipping into reserves to balance budgets, but hopefully with the level of scrutiny that this council is now applying to everything and to our own behaviour, then I think we are on a good path to make sure that this works well for everybody in Medway. We can't magic up the money, that's down to the government, but I think if we don't have local MPs who keep voting for cuts, we're on a good path. And I commend this report to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Back to the proposer, Councillor Maple.
Thank you, Mayor Gurung, and thank you, Councillor Brown, both for your words in seconding, but for your chairing of that important committee. And one of the things, of course, we'll be talking about the SIPFA report later today. I'm very proud of that piece of work. Whatever other people who maybe used to sit here think of it, I think it was the right thing to do. And one of the things that report says is we need to be better at monitoring, which I think is a historic issue for this council, but actually one that needs some resource. You can't measure and monitor without the resource to do that. So absolutely part of this process moving forward will be doing just that. So thank you to colleagues across the chamber. I will take silence as support and therefore move the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Is that agreed? Thank you. Moving on to agenda number 9, which is Adult Social Care Structural Review and Budget Addition. Councillor Murray, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you, Mayor Gurung. And before I do, I'd like to say, wasn't it lovely to see Parmjot here this evening? Another first for our inclusive Medway, a woman Sikh leading a prayer. That was really lovely. Members around the chamber might feel that asking for additional 2.5 million tonight is a bit contradictory. So I want to explain why, and before doing so, to thank my Cabinet colleagues for the support they've given to this item, as I'm very aware it was a big ask. Adult social care has been a big loser under the government's austerity regime. Indeed, there's consensus across the sector and at the highest level that more than 40 billion is required to restore services to a safe and effective level. However, while we wait for better times and a Labour government and continue to lobby, I'm asking every member to support these proposals as they show the determination and tenacity required to getting our own house in order. The proposals before you have been carefully thought through and build on the recommendations made by the recent LGA Partners in Health and Care review, for which I thank all staff in social care for participating in. That review is now available to all members. We need the approximately 80 additional staff if we're to meet our legal obligation under the Care Act and to stand any chance of demonstrating to the new CQC assurance visit when it comes that we're capable of meeting their requirements too. In 2019, a reorganisation hollowed out our local social care service. The former leader of the council is skulking around, publicly boasting today that mid-year he grabbed 600,000 without asking anyone, including his own cabinet at the time. Despite it being clear that demand was rising hugely, the last administration chose to focus only on the overspend, resiling into an easy but completely misguided perception that profligacy, not cuts, was the problem. In fact, Medway has persistently spent less than many councils on social care for years. The reorganisation left the division with only 2 heads of service to support the assistant director, reduced staffing, cut wages, and left all aspects of the service dangerously exposed to rising demand, long waiting lists, and a recruitment crisis, with no choice but to over-rely on locum staff and spiralling agency costs associated with them. Today, we need more senior managers, quality assurance staff, strengthened locality teams, occupational therapists, safeguarding workers, admin and finance support, specialist mental health staff, increased transition and review teams, and extra capacity to break the backlog of financial assessments and annual reviews, and more staff to help build the excellent Share Lives initiative. I remind you that even last year, with inadequate staffing, we provided over 3,500 people with long-term care and support, 2,500 of those at home, and 1,500 in a care or nursing home. Our staff helped 1,500 people with short-term support to help maintain their independence and made contact with 1,400 known family carers. And who are those people? They are our citizens, young and old, with autism, mental health needs, physical disability, dementia, or reduced capacity and frailty caused by ageing, accidents, and long-term or terminal illness. And of course, the families and our partners in the voluntary sector who help to look after them. They are us. They are our community. There isn't a choice. If we want people in Medway to live well and independently for as long as possible and prevent them from getting ill by working together with our public health teams and keep everyone safe and take their wishes and aspirations seriously, we have to do this. The Partners in Care review acknowledged how hard-working and dedicated staff were, even while woefully short of the resources they need. Your support tonight means we can build on strengths, restore training and development, encourage innovation and efficiency with the use of new technology, and place Medway Adult Social Care Services where it deserves to be, an employer of choice, offering good conditions, reducing and eliminating risk, and improving our staff's confidence to comply with statutory duties and meet the future requirements of the CQC. I hope everyone will support this proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Is that supported? Councillor MacDonald has supported. Would you like to speak now or reserve the right to speak later?
I'd like to reserve the right to speak, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. In that case, I'll move this to the floor for debate. So we have Councillor Wildey.
Thank you. Yes, I will be supporting these recommendations, but I was concerned with Councillor Murray's use of the term carefully thought through. Was that as carefully thought through as the GP Access Group, which was the administration opposite's first report at Cabinet when Councillor Murray didn't attend many of the meetings until she was asked by me, and when she was at overview and scrutiny, she misrepresented the level of time she'd given to that support, saying she'd only missed 2 meetings when it was more than that. So, as I say, I will support this report, but I really do hope that they do give it carefully and thorough thought, as they have claimed in the past. And of course, from the previous one, we still don't have any more GPs, and they seem to have accepted the fact that Medway is one of the lowest ratio of GPs to patients in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wildey. Any other councillors? No. Going back to Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Getting back onto adult social care and the investment. Adult social care exists to enable adults of all ages and with a range of conditions to live their best life and an equal life. When done well, it can be transformative. When done badly, it can be devastating. Following a decade of national underfunding in which adult social care had to manage a funding gap of £6.5 billion, and just as the service started to emerge from the long shadow of COVID-19, the sector is facing a set of soaring inflationary pressures and others associated with the rising cost of living that threaten its ability to function at even the most rudimentary level. This paper gives us an exciting opportunity to demonstrate that an investment in Medway's adult social care is about investing in the lives and futures of our residents and loved ones, rather than simply fixing a problem. The perilous state of adult social care funding and its serious consequences for people who draw on social care or may need to do so in the near future is unquestionable. Despite the immense work of our ASC teams, we have many residents on the waiting list requiring an annual review, increased demand for our specialised services, and our current staffing is overstretched and our staff exhausted. Each person waiting for an assessment or review represents a person whose needs may not be fully met. Each also represents a risk that deterioration will lead to a need for NHS services. Underfunding does lead to reduced staffing levels, limited resources, inadequate training, resulting in a decline in the quality of care provided to vulnerable adults. Family members and informal carers often bear the brunt of underfunded services, experiences increased stress, exhaustion and financial strain as they try to fill the gaps in care provision. Underfunding may result in delayed access to essential services such as personal care, home adaptations and respite care, leading to worsened health outcomes and a decreased quality of life. Under-resourced care services may struggle to adequately safeguard vulnerable adults, increasing the risk of abuse, neglect and exploitation within care settings. Social care services offer opportunities for social interaction and community engagement, reducing the risk of social isolation among adults who may otherwise be isolated. The long-term economic costs of underfunded social care services are substantial, including higher healthcare expenditures, lost productivity due to caregiving responsibilities, and reduced workforce participation amongst carers. Overall, investing in local adult social care is not only a matter of social responsibility, but also contributes to the well-being and sustainability of our community. I repeat again, addressing the underfunding of adult social care services in Medway is essential to ensure the well-being, dignity and rights of vulnerable adults. as well as to build a resilient and inclusive community across our 5 towns. Also, we are telling the staff in the department that we are listening and we care about them. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Back to the proposer, Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mayor Garong, and thank you very much, Councillor MacDonald, for pointing out how important our partners in the voluntary sector are, how important our partners in the health sector are, and how all of those will benefit from more investment in our social care. It's something that we can't do alone, it's something that we need to do together. And Councillor Wildey, rewriting history again, poor fellow. I wish that you had been at the Health and Wellbeing Board, where we heard from Sukh Singh from the ICB, building on our GP task group, telling us about the new GPs who actually are coming to Medway and the strategy that we've got for making things even better. In fact, there's even a case to say that some of the people who've been involved in that are leading award-winning practitioners, and all of them participated in that GP access group, along with me. You can keep on rewriting history, you can have a pop at me on your own version of the truth, which is very wanting, but it would be much better if you joined us in celebrating this. I'm grateful for your support for this tonight, and if you could be positive about how we can increase GP access, if you could be more truthful about my involvement and our Cabinet's ability to pick up that access route and run with it and send it actually to the Secretary of State for Health, from whom we've had a reply, and to Wes Streeting, you'd see a different view. But I thank everybody who's supported this. I thank the staff for their tenacity, their determination, the way they've put up with their budgets being raided for years, and I'm really looking forward to a new era for adult social care in Medway, because it's a very important, Mayor Garung and everybody, economic generator of wealth and jobs and better lives in our towns.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Is that okay? Councillor Wildey wants to offer a personal explanation. Go ahead, Councillor Wildey.
As I was called untruthful, I was very, very careful not to besmirch Councillor Murray. At the overview and scrutiny, she said more than once that she had missed very few meetings on the GP access. She said she'd missed 2 meetings, when I've repeatedly said, and it is in all the reports, so if she reads her reports, which again gives me concern that she's not giving proper consideration, that she did miss 3 meetings until in this council chamber I asked her to please start attending, and after that she did start to attend, but she had to be asked. Thank you.
Councillor Wildey. Right. Is the report agreed? Thank you. We move to agenda item 10, which is the Capital and Revenue Budgets 2024-2025. In a moment, I will call upon the Leader of the Council, Councillor Maple, to make his speech and to make a proposal. I will then invite Councillors Galvin and Councillor Crozer to speak, following which I will open the matter up for debate. The usual time limits on speeches will apply except for the budget speeches by Councillors Maple, Galvin and Crozer. Finally, Council Rule 12.5 specifies that a recorded vote must be taken on all amendments and the substantive motion in respect of this particular report. So on that note, Councillor Maple, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you, Mayor Garong. I start tonight's historic budget debate, the first from a Labour and cooperative majority group. Are we there? Are we there? We're there? Let's try that. Is that better? Okay? Okay. Okay.
You may wish to start again.
Mayor Garung. I start tonight's historic Labour budget debate, the first from a Labour and cooperative majority group on Medway Council, with 2 simple words: thank you. Thank you to our incredible council staff who day in, day out deliver vital public services for our communities across Medway. Whether you are supporting a new parent and baby at one of our family hubs, ensuring that our education system is the best it can be, keeping our archives safe, fixing our streets, supporting our small businesses, making sure our democracy works, closing health inequalities, providing social care to children and adults who need it, being there when an individual has a cancer diagnosis through our outstanding Macmillan service, making Medway child-friendly for our 63,000 young people, and so much more, delivering dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of different services, often with reducing resources over the years. Your collective dedication inspires me every single day. And tonight, I also want to specifically thank all those officers who have made this report the most challenging budget in the history of Medway Council possible, and in particular, the finance team, under the leadership of Phil Watts and Katie Durkin. Thank you. As we'll go into more detail later, this has been a process like no other. I also want to thank the Cabinet and the corporate management team, often referred to as the team of 25, for their collaborative approach, not just in this budget setting process, but consistently since May the 24th. Perhaps some people might want to compare that to the budget setting process that was featured in local authority today. But saying thank you to our hard-working officers isn't enough, which is why I'm pleased this administration will be fixing the flawed, potentially discriminatory MedPay system to make sure we have a pay system fit for purpose. This administration will be respectful of HR professionals, trade unionists, and the Employment Matters Committee, all of whom were treated with utter contempt by the former leader of this council. What was the point? What was the point of the sham negotiations when all along the former leader of this council would try to look like some rubbish Paul Daniels tribute act pulling rabbits out of hats, when the reality was that that approach was completely undermining the entire process of negotiations, disrespectful to all involved. I thank HR and trade union professionals for their genuine negotiations approached in good faith, and to the Employment Matters Committee for their considerations in the recommendations which will form part of this overall budget. That part laid out in section 9 of the report tonight. It's also particularly pleasing to be able to recognise and reward loyalty with the additional leave for 10 and 15 years service. It's the right thing to do, and that's why I'm pleased we'll be moving that tonight. As well as being the right thing to do in recognition of service, it's another tool in aiming to get the use of temporary staff, locums and agency staff reduced, which is good for service users and, of course, good for the council's finances. Now, it's really unfortunate that some Conservative members voted against those recommendations, not all, but some, to support staff at the Employment Matters Committee, and perhaps tonight they will see the error of their ways. Mayor Gurung, the people of Medway gave us the opportunity to serve them, and we knew we would be inheriting a challenging set of financial circumstances. When in January 2023, Councillor Howcroft-Scott asked the question of the former leader around revenue support grant, the question she asked got this answer. She received that answer. We've heard it, and we've heard it loud and clear. This council has had a 91% cut in its revenue support grant since 2010. It is very clear to anyone that this situation was very challenging, and that can be seen in the most stark statistic. The 22-23 Conservative budget used more general reserves than it left. That means if you took exactly the same budget approach in 23-24, the budget year we are in today, there would not have been enough money left to balance the books. That is why our administration has had to take some really difficult decisions in year in order to get through this financial year. We've taken the difficult decisions required because that shows real leadership. And the reality is, due to 14 years of austerity cuts, like the 91% cut in revenue support grant, we're having to propose more difficult decisions tonight because we are absolutely determined to make sure we start the roadmap to financial sustainability for Medway Council. That is what people expect from their civic leaders. It is for that reason that bringing in the Chartered Institute of Public Finance and Accountancy, known as CIPFA, was the right thing to do. I thank them for their work done in giving a clear assessment in their resilience review. I would encourage everyone who takes an interest in Medway Council's future to look at that report. Although it is 40 pages of quality analysis, the reality is the situation can be summed up by the report's very first sentence. Medway Council, and I quote, is in a grave situation in relation to its financial sustainability, something that no elected representative would want to read about their local authority. Now, to hear the former leader of the council on the BBC saying we went crying to CIPFA, having left the mess his administration did, failing to take responsibility, suffering from increasing financial incontinence, shows no contrition, no apology for his administration, or indeed the government he campaigned for. His pet projects cost taxpayers millions with nothing to show for it, apart from a gap where there used to be reserves. The CIPFA report is clear. Without government intervention, it would be impossible to set a credible, balanced budget. That is why this administration, along with some of the difficult decisions we are proposing, have requested exceptional financial support. And Mayor Gurung, I'm pleased to announce that earlier today, a ministerial statement confirmed this council's request for exceptional financial support has been agreed in principle. This is to be very welcomed and will give the council, and indeed our community as a whole, an opportunity to move our council to a point of financial sustainability. And to be absolutely clear, this exceptional financial support, it isn't a grant, it isn't 1 pence more for the taxpayers of Medway. No. It is simply giving us the flexibility to get through the next couple of years and, importantly, giving us the headroom to bring forward schemes which will improve services alongside saving taxpayers' money. That doesn't replace the 91% cut in revenue support grant. It keeps this council afloat and gives us that opportunity to make that journey on the roadmap to financial sustainability. Now, we've asked that this council pays no more than the standard Public Works Loan Board interest rates on this flexibility. We also need, frankly, a reset when it comes to local government finance more generally. We need an end to the Hunger Games style approach, pitting one council against another. And in the worst examples, as we saw here in Medway with Levelling Up Round 2, costing taxpayers of Medway more than £100,000 for a bidding process we could not have been successful in. Disgraceful from DLUC, completely unacceptable and a waste of our taxpayers' money here. We need settlements for local government based on need, and we need a settlement that lasts, frankly, more than a year. Let's be in no doubt, this is not just an issue in Medway, but an issue across the country. All types of councils, of all political persuasions. In fact, the only thing they all have in common is they've all had to deal with 14 years of attacks from funding from the Conservative government. And of course, what makes that even worse for local government? The chaos we've seen from the Prime Ministers over the last 5 years. Who would have possibly predicted that I would be stood here saying the following sentence? Theresa May is, of the last 4 incumbents, the best Prime Minister. I mean, I certainly wouldn't have expected it, but it's the truth. Whether it's Rishi Sunak trying to potentially interfere in our local plan process, boasting in Tunbridge Wells about taking money from deprived urban areas, along with his ongoing recession, Liz Truss, now in exile with Steve Bannon and her disastrous financial experiment, which has put so much financial pressure, not just on councils, but on households here in Medway and across the country. Or the person who wanted to build an airport in our estuary, who broke the law, who lied to Parliament, lied to the public, lied to the Queen. Boris Johnson partied while the rest of us followed the rules he set. What we need is a fresh start, a new hope. We need a government with Keir Starmer as Prime Minister. I hope whenever that general election comes, and it can't be soon enough, that the people of the UK follow the Medway's lead by choosing change, choosing Labour. But the reality is, it isn't just the previous Prime Ministers. Let's look at the person and the deal we're getting from DLUC. Let's look at Michael Gove and his government department. On day one, after the Chief Executive and I had been there listening to the future of Medway at one of our brilliant child-friendly Medway City Halls, he had to tell me that the government wanted to withdraw the £170 million Housing Infrastructure Fund from Medway. On day one. This means we will get the housing required by our local plan, but without the much-needed infrastructure to support it. That same Secretary of State in December then calls out Medway for having no new local plan for 20 years, more than 20 years, without any recognition that in the matter of just a few months, this administration has got on with the Regulation 18 and moved to the next section. Look, I've requested meetings with Michael Gove and his ministerial team on HIF, and they snubbed the people of Medway. I've invited Michael Gove to Medway to see firsthand the excellent work happening to deliver the local plan, previously failed to be delivered by the administration here before us. Again, to date, Michael Gove has not responded. So, Mayor Gurung, I'll try one more time tonight. Michael Gove, when you're taking decisions about our community, come and explain to us why your department took £170 million. When you criticise this council publicly with no warning beforehand, and have the common decency to come and visit and see that this administration and the council's brilliant officers are getting on with the job which has been 2 decades in the making. And while you're here, perhaps you can explain how taking 91% of Medway's revenue support grant is anything other than not levelling up. Is it any wonder that, according to the LGIU and information published yesterday, more than half of respondents to their State of Local Government Finance survey, more than half from across 160 councils, believe they may end up declaring effective bankruptcy in the next 5 years? So despite central government, this administration is relentlessly focused on the roadmap as laid out in the SIPFA report. Despite all the financial challenges, this administration, through the budget we are setting tonight, will be making positive, bold change for the better. Now, we know, as we've just debated in the last item, adult social care has been a challenge financially over the years, despite, in the recent ADAS and LGA Partners in Care and Health report, clearly showing Medway's spend on social care overall being below the England average, and with older people, the cost actually 9.17 under the England average. That's why right-sizing the staff, as we've just agreed, to take us on that journey towards the brilliant Care for Medway plan that will revolutionise and disrupt the market in a positive way, meaning a better financial outcome and, critically, better services for our most vulnerable adults. This work, alongside the greater use of assistive technology, means we'll have an adult social care offer truly fit for the 21st century. In children's services, bringing back Eden House is another example of both making savings and making the system better for our young people. We're also continuing the improvement journey as laid out on a number of budget lines. We've seen in the past when improvements were made, budgets were cut. That isn't good enough for our most vulnerable young people. Of course, we should always aim for an efficient service delivery, but it's vital that the statutory service receives appropriate resources so our budget can back up the words of Ofsted. Children matter in Medway. In education, there are increased financial pressures because of FCND, but we're making better use of technology to ensure the most efficient routes for transport. Now, the language we've heard from some Conservative councillors elsewhere in the country on the issue of special educational needs and disabilities has been truly shocking. And I hope and I think that we will never hear anything like that in a Medway Council meeting. Public Health continues to carry out some leading work in partnership with the University of Kent in one of the country's health determinants research collaborations, HDRCs. We need to see that health inequality life expectancy gap being reduced, and this partnership will lead to that critical agenda moving forward. Alongside this, I'm really proud of the leading work of our public health team that is doing on the vital issue of prevention, particularly on falls, something which can have a lasting impact again on those vulnerable members of the Medway community. In legal, we continue to move the work away from a number of locums into permanent staff, once again improving the service, but also getting a better deal for taxpayers. And we see in planning, getting a fairer deal from developers for the cost of the planning process, and again, a move away from consultants. Our waste service continues to deliver to our households. We pledged to deliver a weekly bin collection. And despite the huge financial challenges that remain in place, that pledge continues. Unlike just over the estuary, where the Southend Conservatives also stood for election last year on the pledge of keeping a weekly bin collection in May, and broke that pledge just a matter of weeks later. Our loved green spaces remain at the heart of so much that Medway values, improving both physical and mental health. We now have made progress on Dingate Ridge, having permission to become another country park, as well as a positive change to places like Temple Marsh and Luton Millennium Green. Medway residents find the cultural offer in Medway. They value it. And of course, I recognise we have had to make some challenging decisions. But the offer remains one of the best in the country, whether it's the record-breaking Christmas Dickens and Market, or the wide variety of the programme at the Central Theatre, from Upnor Castle to the Sweeps Festival. And of course, lots of the cultural offer in Medway is produced by individuals and organisations, many of whom small businesses, in partnership or supported by the council's team. Another example of this council's One Medway approach. Those challenging choices I spoke about a moment ago include the Visitor Information Centre in Rochester. That is once again undoubtedly a decision that no council would want to take, but with the backdrop of that 91% cut in revenue support grant, it's a necessary one. I'm really pleased that since the draft budget was published, a number of partners have stepped forward to offer their support in finding new solutions to the issues that the council's budget situation has left. I'm grateful to all those partners, and I know the team is looking closely at how we can make those offers of help work. Alongside our cultural offer, we retain a strong sports offer. At a time when around 400 council swimming pools have been shut across the country since the coalition government, the Lib Dems and the Conservatives of 2010, That isn't the case here in Medway. I'm pleased that despite the financial challenges, we are able to offer young people a substantial subsidy when swimming with a paid adult. We will also continue to offer a great and wide-ranging offer through the public health team, as well as continuing classes through our centres in Hoo, Strood, Gillingham, of course, alongside rebuilding the site in Rainham. And at a time of financial challenges, this administration remains resolutely committed to delivering the Medway Mile, a legacy of the London 2012 Olympics, which continues today now in its new home of Gillingham. Improving our high streets and town centres remains both a pledge, but also an absolute priority over the lifetime of this administration. We've seen good plans from our town centre forums who applied for this latest round of UK Shared Prosperity Fund. A great example, as Mayor Gurung, you mentioned earlier, was the recent Chinese New Year event in Chatham, which again had record numbers in attendance from all over the country. We also have ensured that Gillingham, which the previous administration failed to put in a future high streets funding bid for, despite our urges to them to do that. They failed to do that. They chose not to do that. That's a matter for them. Now, under this administration, we've got some detailed work to give it the much-needed boost it rightly deserves. And we are playing a far more proactive role in ensuring that in a post-local enterprise partnership environment, we are getting a good deal for inward investment into Medway, and for supporting businesses large and small, particularly recognising the local leadership pledge signed with the FSB Kent. Great new initiatives like the upcoming Business and Skills Showcase on the 10th of April at Mid Kent College, highlighting and promoting the very best of Medway businesses. It goes without saying, we are determined to deliver high GVA jobs, but we need to recognise the environment we are in. The reality is that a project which the previous administration voted against having the appropriate level of scrutiny, which has cost £11 million of external funding without a single business signing up, which we have inherited, clearly wasn't working. Kevin Costner didn't say, if you build it, they will only come if you take a massive risk with taxpayers' money. But if Field of Dreams had been a film about local government capital projects in the southeast of England and not baseball, maybe he would have done. That we are continuing to improve technology solutions for our residents through our Medway 2.0 programme. This is not only delivering services in an efficient way, but critically using technology in a way that an increasing number of residents, not unreasonably, expect to see from their local council. Now, at this administration, we will absolutely be progressing with taking measures to improve road safety and air quality outside our primary schools. The initial group of schools goes live on the 11th of March, and we have more schools calling on us to be in the next groups coming forward. This administration will keep our children as safe as possible, both on the road and in their lungs. Now, I move to the critical issue of housing. Clearly, we're in a position where we're increasing rents within our HRA stock, as laid out in paragraph 14. It should be for local authorities with housing stock to make these decisions, as we now are, playing catch-up where central government forced a specific position on councils for a number of years, which again has had a direct impact on the position we, as a new administration, inherited. Alongside this, we've taken forward some strong work on the issue of temporary accommodation, which was agreed at the previous council meeting. This means disrupting the temporary accommodation market in a way which once again will offer a better outcome for vulnerable residents and an improved outcome for taxpayers. And we see our development company continuing its programme of work, but very positively bringing forward a scheme for the former Civic Centre site, which has been left vacant for too long. Now, let me at this point talk about the building which the council left both the former Civic Centre site, Compass Centre, and indeed the municipal building in Canterbury Street for, Gun Wharf. Now, nobody was talking about the issue of reinforced, autoclaved, aerated concrete when Medway Council moved to Gun Wharf, but undoubtedly we're all talking about it now. Being a Grade 2 listed building has added additional pressures onto costs generally, including on looking at this process. The suggested programme you see in the budget tonight will ensure we can get all possible climate emergency improvements in, once again recognising the restrictions that the Grade 2 listing impacts on that as well. This proposal means this project can get underway as soon as practicable, making it a clear ambition that plans to reduce use of other buildings for council work. That work was already underway when it was being considered before the RAC discovery. That work can be brought forward when the council headquarters are fully reopened. The proposal tonight at paragraph 1.1.3 on this tonight does need a technical alteration. Although the figure of £20 million borrowing is accurate, the overall programme is £22 million, funded through that borrowing, capital receipts and revenue savings to deliver a programme of essential repairs and improvements to Gun Wharf. I then turn to another key building in the council's portfolio, the Pentagon Centre. Now, for those of you who weren't here at the time, the Labour and Cooperative Group, at that point in opposition, supported the principle of the strategic purchase of the Pentagon, although we were quite rightly critical that only one quote had been taken, meaning there was more comparative data for buying a photocopier than there was for buying a shopping centre. Now, the brilliant plans for the first floor will make a difference, not only to the businesses on the ground floor, not only to the traders in the high street and surrounding areas, but critically importantly, to the residents of central Chatham and much further afield. The ability to have improved health facilities and great co-working space, a matter of metres from the bus station in the town centre, is a positive vision. It is therefore deeply, deeply regrettable that the local Conservative MP, who of course used to serve on this very council until her seat was taken by Councillor Patterson, called for the demolition of this building. I mean, if you ever wanted a visual that sums up the vision for Chatham and Medway and the country between the two major political parties, there you are. Under Labour, bringing forward much-needed health provision for an area with poor health determinants and an outstanding space for co-working and collaboration. Under the Conservatives, a pile of rubble. Some would say the Conservatives were doing down Medway. But frankly, that is the language of the past in this chamber. Mayor Gurung, in this historic first budget, I therefore move the recommendations laid out in the report. There will be no additional recommendations, no dramatic political 11th hour stunts, no disrespectful ignoring and undermining of a whole negotiation process, no surprises. People want serious political leadership in this most challenging time for our community. That's what our administration is delivering, both on this budget day and every day since May the 24th. Finally, Mayor Gurung, I want to address the residents of Medway directly. Serving as your council leader is the greatest honour of my life. We said in our election literature we would serve, if given the chance, with honesty, integrity, accountability and compassion. We've been very open about the challenges we inherited, and we know whoever was in this seat tonight, whoever would have almost impossible decisions to take to keep our council finances afloat. We now have our roadmap to financial sustainability. We have the chance to make sure that our council can deliver the services needed. That does mean some difficult, painful decisions tonight, but not doing so would mean no chance of starting on that journey. I started tonight with a thank you, and I finish with the same. To the residents of Medway for your support, for your recognition of the huge challenges 14 years of poor deals have left for our council, for your understanding
some of the decisions we're taking tonight are unavoidable if we're to make that journey a success. I say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Maple, for that passionate speech. Is that supported?
Mayor Gurung, and I reserve my right to speak, please.
Thank you. In that case, I will move this motion to the floor for debate. Oh, sorry. I will allow Councillor Galvin. Would you like to respond to the speech?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, but perhaps I do share your desire to get this over and done with. Madam Mayor, this evening is the 25th time that I, as a councillor, have been in a meeting to set a council budget. And as Councillor Maple did point out, this evening's budget is totally unique. This is the first time that I've been presented with a budget that, no matter what the bluster about difficult decisions that is coming from the administration, very little effort has been made in attempting to make it balance. This budget is entirely predicated on Medway Council being bailed out by the Conservative government by permitting the council to borrow 14.72 million, which today it has done so. The problem is, next year we will need to borrow enough further 17 million, and the year after that a further 10 million. It's often said in politics that we should look to the future more, but I don't think that was meant to mean we should look to our children, grandchildren and great-grandchildren to pay for our expenditure in this financial year, because that is what we've been asked to vote for this evening. Borrowing for investment in infrastructure and regeneration, in my view, is welcome and perfectly acceptable. Borrowing for revenue expenditure is not. Piling up debt for future generations is not the answer to local government funding. Perhaps the administration is waiting for the cavalry of a future Labour government to come over the horizon and bail them out. Well, they may have been promised something in private, but certainly, from as far as I've heard, there's been nothing in public from the Labour opposition in Westminster to say they're going to bail out local government. In fact, any government will find if they borrow indiscriminately, there are consequences to that. And unfortunately, it was a shame that it was a Conservative Prime Minister that had to prove that principle not long ago. Also, we're depending on the bottomless pit of government borrowing. Unfortunately, that, as was proved a year ago, that pool is not bottomless. It is in fact quite shallow. One of the major reasons why the government is able to borrow money so cheaply, but through gilt-edged stock, is because they made the pension funds many, many years ago put more investment into gilt-edged stock. That was as a result of the shenanigans of Robert Maxwell, a Labour MP, if I remember rightly. But that very source of funding is now drying up because those pension funds are now so mature, they are becoming net sellers of gilt-edged stock. That is at the same time that the Bank of England is also selling back to the market all that government stock it bought to fund the pandemic. So that pool of money that you think available in the future, I'm sorry to say, is not going to be there. It's no doubt that Medway Council is facing a difficult financial position. This has been the case for many years. As Medway, I will be perfectly honest to say this, and you can quote me this again, as Medway Council receives a lower amount of support compared with other areas with a similar social and economic makeup. This, coupled with a low council tax base, has meant that producing a balanced budget has always been difficult. However, it's a fact that for over 20 years, Conservative administrations did manage to produce a balanced budget. I believe we have a strong case to go to the government for additional financial support. But in order to prove that we need that financial support, we also need to prove that we are running as efficiently as possible. And I don't think the budget we've got this evening shows that we've left no stone unturned to find savings. Councillor Maple didn't mention the strings attached to the government bailout. And there are quite a few strings attached. We're not the only ones. There's a long list of authorities that have been given this right to borrow this evening. But one of the big differences with this budget, and it's significantly different about this year's Labour budget, is the large increase in the level of expenditure. Over the last 5 years of Conservative administrations, on average, the net revenue budget increased by 6.87% a year, and that included the extra 32 million put into children's services over that time. This 24-25 Labour budget is 12.39% higher than the Conservative budget last year. So we do need to look how we can spend our money more efficiently. One area where savings could be made is in the repairs and refurbishment of Gun Wharf that Councillor Maple mentioned. But why is it planned to spend nearly as much on refurbishment as it's been spent on repairs? I would admit, in normal times, it would have been expedient to do the refurbishment at the same time as the repairs. However, we are not in normal times. At a time when free swimming, free parking and Christmas lights, with a lot of other things that Medway residents have enjoyed for many years, these have been taken out of the budget. To use those savings to enhance our offices borders on the obscene. 4 million could be easily removed from the Gun Wharf repairs and refurbishment costs. This would save the revenue budget over £280,000 a year over the next 40 or 50 years, depending on the length of time the money is borrowed for. This money could be spent on much better things. I would urge you to strongly rethink on this, unless Medway Labour really wants to be known as the party that posh offices before the people of Medway. While we're on the subject of Gun Wharf, and Councillor Maple did mention this is going to be made much more expensive due to the Grade 2 listed status of the building. Much more effort needs to be made in getting that building delisted. Just asking Historic England is a waste of time. You might as well have asked the Taliban if you could hold a drinks party. Applications should be made directly to the Secretary of State at DLUC. A recent example of delisting is Earl's Court. The developers there were successful in applying to the Secretary of State, and the Grade 2 listing was removed. I'm glad you mentioned the Pentagon, Councillor Maple. And I well remember you saying you would get more estimates for a photocopier. Of course you would. There's many different types of photocopier. You have to decide whether you're going to buy it direct, you're going to lease it, or whatever. Last time I looked, there was only one Pentagon Centre. Only one. You either have faith in the development of Chatham or you don't. And I do question your group's faith in Chatham, because I'll remind you that every single member on the planning committee voted against the refurbishment of Mountbatten House. What confidence in Chatham does that show? Of course, I can see what's going to be happening in a few years' time, like Councillor Maple claiming all the work that the Medway Development Company is doing is to their credit. I'd like to remind him that all the work on the first floor of the Pentagon Centre had started and was thought about long before you got involved. So, there we are. So, whilst we know, let's carry on. Whilst we know that the vast majority of the council staff work very hard and do deserve to be rewarded, and I'll repeat that again, many of our staff do deserve to be, they do a splendid job, and I endorse wholeheartedly the warm words that Councillor Maple said this morning, earlier this evening, about them. I wholeheartedly agree with that. But unfortunately, an across the board pay increase is very expensive. Pay increases should have been targeted more at the areas where there are too many locums. Unfortunately, the effect of this unaffordable pay rise will make a Section 114 more likely. And if we do have a Section 114, unfortunately, that will lead to more job losses than otherwise would have been the case. I'm sorry to say that, but that's the hard reality. Looking through the budget, there are some other increases which are questionable. Why does communications need an increase? And why such a large increase in organisational culture? Are we about to employ a team diversity officer or something? That's a very large sum in a line there that doesn't have much explanation to them. But I also noticed there was no increase for internal audit or counter fraud. That investment would have saved the council money. Whilst I do welcome the investment in Medway 2.0, a Conservative administration initiative, I'll remind you, before you all start running away with all the good stuff. But the trouble is, the Labour administration abolished the Transformation Board, which would have driven through the necessary business changes. I'm sorry to say, putting the word digital into the title of the committee is just a token gesture. It needs a focused, dedicated team committed to drive change. I'm sure that the new Conservative administration in 2027 will try and do that. Whilst on the subject of business, the Cabinet Subcommittee for the Medway Development Company met here on the 31st of January in this very room. That meeting lasted a whole 2.5 minutes. What a farce. The biggest investment that this council has made in its history only warranted 2.5 minutes of the administration's time. If nothing else, this shows that the Labour administration is not capable of running Medway properly. Needless to say, Madam Mayor, we will not be supporting this budget. It does not make the best use of the resources available. But what I will say at the end, what we will be willing to support is a sensible conversation with the government of how best to fund Medway in the future, because I accept that does need it. And the gist of what I'm trying to say is to try and borrow your way to prosperity never, ever works. I've seen that so many times in my lifetime. Back in the 1970s, they called it pump priming. If you just pump a little bit more into the economy, all will be okay. But what has happened time and time again when that has happened? The money, every time you do it again and again, it gets less and less successful, and you just pile up more and more debt for future generations. But that is not the answer. We have got to get to sound finances, careful use of our public money, which we are guardians of. Then that's the way forward for Medway. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you for... Thank you for your response, Councillor Galvin. Councillor Crozer, would you like to respond?
Yeah, very quickly, Madam Mayor. The independent group and indeed the other 4 independent now councillors don't hold the balance of power here, so you will probably not be interested in what I have to say because it's not going to make too much difference. But the setting of the budget, Madam Mayor, is a very emotive subject for my residents, and all they hear is two sides fighting each other, and it doesn't do anybody any good. And I think this chamber ought to look to the future rather than to the past and across the chamber to each other, because it really doesn't do us any good whatsoever. Having said that, as I said, the subject of the budget is a very emotive subject for our residents, with the imposition of parking charges and the imposition of swimming charges for children and the elderly. And that really, that is what people are talking about. And for that reason, Madam Mayor, and also we learned last night at the Regen meeting that we've been not spending enough money on the stock of our buildings, not spending, the budget's nowhere near what we need to keep the stock of houses even maintained. And we now also learn that we have the sort of Damocles hanging over heads with the swimming pool at Deangate. Deangate's a very emotive subject as well, as you know, but we now have the swimming pool at Who perhaps closing because there's not enough money in there to repair it. So with that in mind, Worshipful Master, and reflecting on what this group represents, we have decided that tonight the budget is such an emotive subject for our residents that this vote won't be whipped. So it's a free vote for us. So I don't know whether we're going to support you or not. You'll have to wait and see. But I would like to pay tribute to Phil and your team. Back in whenever it was, when we did the first round, I think you was talking about £35 million or whatever it was. I don't know what the figure was. It was a lot of money anyway. And I think you've done tremendous work in bringing it down to 14 million, and I guess it may even be less than that by the time we get to the end of the year. And I think it was definitely the right decision to call in SITFA or whatever that was. And it's great that they've now announced that we can borrow the money to bridge the gap. But that's not what the people see. They just hear we're all going bankrupt, and they're talking about swimming charges and charges. So for us, an open vote. So thank you very much indeed, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Crozer. So as Councillor Murray has indicated she wishes to speak later, I will now move this motion to the floor. So we have Councillor Perfect.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have an amendment on behalf of the Conservative opposition, which I'd like distributed to this.
Yes,
Thank
sure.
you.
Okay, Councillor Perfect, would you like to put forward your amended proposal?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Times are tough in local government, as the Leader of the Opposition references, and the pressures of increasing demand coupled with national pressures caused by the war in Ukraine and the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as other service pressures which have led to this Council and a number of other unitary upper tier authorities, including county councils, facing budgetary challenges that they do. However, this Conservative government, the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State that the Leader of the Council references are all committed to local government, whether it be through devolution deals or indeed through supporting existing local government. This government is committed to both local and regional government. Nationally, the government listened. It carried out a consultation, and £600 million extra will be given to upper tier local authorities as part of the local government settlement, in addition to the national increases outlined at the end of last year. However, there is an acknowledgement that in Medway, location-specific challenges that we have been grappling with as a group for years, particularly on adult social care, mean further support is needed. And that is why the government and our fantastic Minister for Local Government, Simon Hoare, supported the Capitalisation Directive as he laid out before Parliament earlier today, giving the Council the funds it needs to move to long-term financial sustainability, as the Leader of the Opposition set out. There has been no 91% cut in the finance that this Council has received from central government, as acknowledged recently in an interview by Councillor Tristan Osborne, who said it was closer to 30%, as when you split out the revenue support grant, which is slightly different to the formula grant and business rates as in 2010, the figure comes out slightly differently. But we too acknowledge that in the long-term financial review of local government finance is needed, and I think that is also acknowledged by the government. Councillor Maple, you said that you would deliver change for the people in Medway, but I'm afraid it's not positive, and that's why we are promoting this motion on behalf of the Conservative opposition, supported by the group, but also our 3 members of Parliament. Swimming is vital to the health of our nation. 19.7% of Medway's adults swam last year, lower than the national average, and only 14.7% of our children swam regularly, compared to 20.26% as the national average. Swimming is so powerful, whether it be for mental health or indeed for physical fitness. Councillor Maple talked in his speech about taking tough decisions, but in reality, it isn't a tough decision on some of these matters, more a declaration of priorities. He prioritised regeneration and communication staff, as the Leader of the Opposition outlined, over free swimming for our children. These are political choices that the Conservative administration previously did not make. Nationally, the Conservative-run Department for Culture, Media and Sport announced at the end of the last year that the Prime Minister had a commitment to swimming through the Swimming Pool Support Fund. That's just one of the government's package of measures for grassroots sports facilities, which is a total of more than £400 million in order to support an ambitious target of getting 3.5 million more people active by 2030. We were pleased recently to welcome the Culture and Sports Secretary to Medway on a recent visit, where we discussed this and other matters, including cultural issues. All of this is delivered within this amendment. Meanwhile, the Labour opposition nationally have no plan. We therefore are moving this amendment to reintroduce free swimming for our residents, whilst acknowledging the challenges within local government finance, and hope that this will win support from across the chamber. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect. Is that supported? Thank you. Thank you. So we are now going to debate on the amended proposal. So we have a number of councillors who wish to speak on the amendment, and we'll start off with Councillor Brake and then Councillor Turpin.
He's on the substantive. So
Councillor Brake, you're...
No, he wants to speak on the substantive, not on the amendment.
No, sorry.
Right.
Not
Anyone
on,
wants to speak on the amendment? No. Councillor Joy and Councillor Hine.
Yeah.
Councillor Joy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With regards to just free swimming, the Leader of the administration stated that they're going to continue to allow children to go swimming for £1, but a lot of working parents in our community don't normally go swimming with their children, and it goes down to a lot of the grandparents. My son is one of them, although my mum, as she doesn't live in the authority, doesn't get a discount. So impacting with the swimming, it will impact a lot of families, and especially the poorer families in our community. There's been an opportunity for people to go and swim and get exercise. The benefits are not just physical, it's mental health, and it's also socialising with others. Last set of figures on regards to obesity and overweight in children in Medway was 31.7% at reception age were either overweight or obese, rising to 44.2% at year 6. Currently, there isn't a figure for the over 60s, but currently 2/3 of adults in Medway are classified as overweight or obese. So something that encourages people to take part in activities is always welcome. And a lot of this, when you look at the actual time that's allocated to the free swim, is a small proportion of the actual time that these centres run for. And as it's going to be targeting the people that are on the lower incomes, the savings that have come up with of 218,000 seems pie in the sky sort of numbers, because the cost of running them swimming pools, whether there is people in them or not in them, is not going to change. The only exception is the level of staffing. But you do need in the sports centres, because all of them have the gyms, so you're going to need the staff in there. With the swimming pool, you're always going to need lifeguards. So that technically is a fixed cost. So I totally support this amendment to actually bring back the free swimming for our children and also our over 60s, to encourage them to get out and get active, and to try and help reduce the levels of overweight and obesity, which, if we don't, it's just going to come off the public health bill, which goes through this council everywhere. So we're just robbing Peter to pay Paul, and overall, I don't see where the benefit will come. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Joy. Councillor Hine, and then Councillor Price and Councillor Kirby.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm very happy to support this amendment this evening, and I would also like to note the interest that the decision to cut free swimming has sparked from our local MPs, who have written directly to the Leader of the Council, calling on him to reconsider this. I would like to strongly endorse the comments made in the letter to Councillor Maple. On this side of the chamber, we have a clear track record of inspiring our younger generation through sport, and this includes the opportunity to take up free swimming to improve their health where other forms of exercise may be too expensive for them. This opportunity has also greatly benefited our older people as a way to improve their health, well-being, and also to reduce loneliness. We have significant health inequalities in Medway when compared to other boroughs. And to remove such a significant health benefit for Medway people is beyond belief, completely beyond belief. Particularly when you consider, as Councillor Perfect mentioned, that Medway's swimming uptake for children is just 14%, as opposed to the national average of 26%. This gap will only widen as a result of this decision. With the removal of this entitlement, the Labour Party only seeks to demoralise and disenfranchise these individuals who have enjoyed this perk for many years, and I'm greatly concerned about the impact that this will have on the general health of our ageing population. Finally, this will undoubtedly affect the poorest in our local communities who have relied on this free swimming initiative. The removal will effectively make the poor poorer without any aspiration or encouragement to better themselves through sport. And I would strongly urge the Labour administration to reconsider this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hine. Councillor Price.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've actually indicated the substantive motion, not the...
Thank you. Councillor Mahill.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I would like to remind everybody that this is on the amended proposal.
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to respond directly to some comments being made on swimming in particular. I believe there was made mention of the figures being made up pie in the sky. Those figures are based on sales, figures are based on hard data, which is something I urge members to look at more closely. So it is based on concrete data. So it's not something that's just made up. And other points that were made that swimming is vital for many reasons. For fitness, for mental health was mentioned as well, and we agree.
here on this side of the chamber. We absolutely agree, which is why I think we should go back to the previous situation where under a Labour government, it was a national scheme to provide free swimming. That was until the coalition government took that away in their first year. So we've mentioned, also heard mention of the MPs writing to Vince, sorry, I've been caught in that trap as well, the leader, Councillor Maple, about addressing this issue. So in return, I would like to see if the MPs would write to the government and ask for a return to that policy and roll it out nationally, because you're right, you're absolutely right. It is important for fitness and mental health, which is why, as a Labour administration, compared to other councils across the country which are stripping back their provision for swimming pools and also sports centres completely, getting rid of everything apart from statutory spending, we're not only investing in our current provision, but also building on it and building new swimming pools, which is something is not seen and not heard really much across the country. So we are investing in health and fitness. We are investing in swimming in Medway, and we're also building on the strengths of the current structure, which we've seen that family swimming is one of our strengths. Family swimming was supported, supported more. There's a demand for family swimming in our sports centres. So we're building on that, and so that's why we're putting the concessions and aligning them to family swimming. So that's why it's a £1 concession for under 16s, and that means if, as was mentioned by Councillor Joy, that if it is, for example, the grandparents, that would be fine, that would work. That's not, they wouldn't not have that concession. So, you know, please do make use of it. So that's on those points on swimming. That's
Thank you, Councillor Mahill. Councillor Mandarakis and Councillor Tijan afterwards. Councillor Mandarakis.
So I fully support much of what Councillor Mahill was saying, and a lot of that is already what I'd written down. But firstly, I'd like to say I can't believe that anyone from the Conservative Party would have the audacity to raise this. So this initiative was started, or was under the last Labour government. We enacted the policy across the country to cement the legacy of our successful bid to host the Olympic Games and to help raise the next generation of Olympic medal winners, alongside the social and health benefits that we've all spoke about. In fact, Councillor Perfect himself will have benefited from this policy in the short while that it was able to continue, and then joined the party that voted to scrap it as soon as they were elected, with the ministers at the time claiming that it wasn't good value. So I'd suggest that you all write to your own party and government and ask them to reinstate this provision, alongside giving councils enough money to look after the very most vulnerable without it driving them to financial collapse. The reason we find ourselves needing to make these regrettable decisions, which will indeed have a detrimental impact on the health and social well-being of our community, is due to the systemic underfunding of local government over the last 14 years. In many cases, this has reduced the ability of many local authorities to offer leisure and cultural provisions full stop. The reason I sit here is because the last administration's answer to these budget constraints was to close Sure Start centres, another Labour initiative to improve health and social well-being of children, that whilst universal access was targeted and focused on helping struggling families to achieve. So whilst this is absolutely regrettable, I refuse to hear anything from the people who have made far more damaging choices in much less financially constrained times. And at no point in Cameron's tenure did he decide to return to a sensible funding model for local government, including the term where he wasn't propped up by the Lib Dems. The 4 Conservative Prime Ministers we've had in the 6 years since him have also been seemingly blinkered to the vital services local government is providing. This is yet another example of the apparently noble ambitions of local Conservatives being thwarted by their cruel national counterparts. We as a new administration are now in the position where things that we believe a local authority should be able to offer, like full concessions to access socially owned leisure facilities, are untenable with no signs of improvement anytime soon. Despite those challenges, I think Councillor Marhill's covered this, but despite the challenges, we are keen to build on the family swimming offer, which is why each sports centre will be developing the timetables, including additional concessions for children and young people. And if any of you are aware of grant funding from the government to support the continuation of the full provisions, because we did apply for the grant that Councillor Perfect mentioned, but were declined for it. So if any of you know of any other grant funding, please do send them our way. They'd be gratefully received.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Mandarakis, Councillor Tijan, and then Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Listening to the last two speakers from across the chamber, it sounds as if they're going to follow suit and support this amendment, because I think they're quite passionate about free swimming and the benefits that give to our residents. I heard mention of the health benefit, but it is swimming plays a critical role in teaching essential life skills for our young adults and young children. And, you know, it is something that, promotes safety. You know, it's an opportunity to learn water safety, swimming skills. Medway is named after a river, so, I'm sure, the members from the opposite will be supporting this motion, and so will I. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tijan. Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much, Mayor Gurung. And I wanted to pick up on a couple of things. Thank you for mentioning the River Medway. We do have a river strategy, which we are going to be publishing very soon. So I'm welcome for the heads up on that one. Thank you very much. Just to bring up the issue around the HIF impact amendment that's being proposed there, just for clarification, that would mean cutting staff. That's basically what that's talking about. And I'd like to say that the reason we have managed to have staff in post paid for through this is because of the very prudent and really well managed organisation by our senior managers within the council to bring those staff across from the HIF funded, the Housing Infrastructure Fund, which this government cut and took away all that money from us. Fortunately, within the management of the process, we managed to retain the staff. Those staff are now, a lot of them are working in key areas, delivering key projects, in particular in the green spaces. And that area of green space management and producing new green spaces for us is the result of that prudent management by our officers. And I think that the health and well-being of our community demands proper quality access to green spaces, and that's what's being delivered. So I cannot support that at all, I'm afraid. Thank you much.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Turpin and Councillor Wildey, and then Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Turpin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Although I'm saddened at the cancellation of the free swimming, I do appreciate and acknowledge difficult decisions need to be taken, but I am suspicious of the savings this will address. It also concerns me that the numbers of children swimming will reduce, and I would therefore urge the administration to monitor both the savings that this change brings and also the levels of uptake, and then ensure that that this free swimming is brought back if either of those markers are not satisfied.
Thank you, Councillor Turpin. Councillor Wildey.
Thank you. This isn't a historical decision. You can go back to 2011 as much as you like. This is a decision we are making tonight, and you, the Labour administration, are choosing to cut free swimming. Personally, I think you should be ashamed of yourselves, but you don't seem to have shame. And the parks were mentioned. You're also trying to take away the free parking of those as well, which is a totally different issue. But lots of health issues. You're trying to destroy the benefits that the Conservative administration put into our area for an awful long time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wildey. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor. I wish to respond to comments which have been made by Conservative councillors during this debate. As Employment Matters Chairperson, I wish to vehemently stress that it is entirely inappropriate to announce someone's redundancy in a meeting like this. And it displays a woeful understanding of employment law and an entire lack of respect for our staff here at Medway Council. I want that to be noted. Thank you.
Thank you. Could that be noted, please? Thank you. So there being no other speakers on the amended motion, I will be coming back to Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few points in response to what we've heard from the other side. Really disappointed in the response from Councillor Mayhill, but I'm not really surprised. He seems to have totally missed the point of the amendment and just repeated everything that Councillor Perfect actually stated in favour of the amendment. With regards to building new swimming pools, of course, if less people go to those swimming pools, it puts the actual swimming in danger of viability. Councillor Mandarakis, the audacity is actually on you for stopping free swimming, not on us. And actually the whole thread of this budget meeting has been Councillor Maple and his colleagues deflecting blame everywhere else but themselves. Now, I think also it's fair to note that children have fewer opportunities to swim by their school. And actual fact, this proposal from the Labour group will hurt the poorest, the worst, and it may stop some people who go swimming actually continuing to go swimming. And I'm just wondering if there is a future Olympic champion in Medway out there who will lose that opportunity because their parents can't afford to take them swimming. So come on, Councillor Maple, show a bit of compassion and reinstate the free swimming. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Perfect.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think, look, everybody's in agreement. We need to bring back the free swimming. It was good to hear comments from colleagues across the chamber in support of bringing back free swimming. A couple of side notes. I think there were some comments made about this is somehow, this is the government cutting a swimming grant. This is not. This has been being funded out of the council's general fund, unless I am mistaken. And I know when we had a conversation about this as a group earlier on in the week, I know my colleagues who had been in the previous executive confirmed that, and that was a decision that was prioritised. As I mentioned, and I think the Leader of the Opposition mentioned within his outline address, unfortunately this Labour administration are cutting swimming, and we were pleased to actually hear that not only the Conservatives are backing this to reinstate the free swimming, but also the Medway Liberal Democrats and a number of other smaller parties who were out and about who support bringing back free swimming. So we welcome that cross-party support. So very much hope that colleagues on the other side of the chamber will back this amendment, and looking forward to the rest of the debate. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect. Now I will come back to Councillor Maple, proposal of the original motion to respond to the amended motion.
Thank you very much, Mayor. A few comments from me. Firstly, it's interesting to hear Councillor Golding in his opening statements refer to the fact that we might be employing 10 diversity experts. Well, for the avoidance of doubt, we're not. But actually, in the current climate, making a reference to the Taliban and the drinks party, maybe we should do. Maybe we should do. And maybe people need to reflect that actually comments like that are somewhat unhelpful. I appreciate, I probably know more than most. That is the most difficult job, second most difficult job, I would say, after tonight, in politics when it comes to budget night. But you need to think carefully about certain comments in this current climate and generally. Moving to the substantive amendment, which I will be voting against tonight. I'm grateful for colleagues on this side. Let's not forget that in 2010, when we elected as a country, I didn't vote for it, a coalition government of the Lib Dems and the Conservatives, that one of the things they did, two of the MPs who wrote to me, and I'm grateful to Councillor Marhill for responding, they voted to cut free swimming because of the difficult financial situations. And the hypocrisy of them writing to us when we've got the difficult financial situations because of their government and the 91% cut in our revenue support grant is unbelievable. I'm slightly confused by Councillor Wilding, not just tonight, but tonight in particular, because he says, we're making other difficult decisions. We are making lots of difficult decisions tonight. There's no doubt about that. So I'm slightly confused that if we went, Councillor Perfect's got a good idea here, let's all vote for it. I'm not saying that. But if we did, would you then vote against your own amendment because you're unhappy about something else? Life of opposition is difficult, let me tell you that. I then want to turn to Councillor Turpin. And I say, I thank you for your really helpful contribution there.
And it is something we take seriously. As Councillor Marhill said, the decisions we're taking tonight are based on stats and evidence. Some members of my team are obsessed by stats and evidence. And you're right to say, not just on this issue, but on many issues tonight, where we're making difficult choices, we need to see the impacts. We will do that. And you were also right to say why we're here tonight. Because I will quote you directly, because I think your words are sensible. More and more apparent, we've ignored problems. The Conservative group have ignored problems coming over the horizon and postponing difficult decisions until now, when the time has run out. The Conservative group have lost sight of providing statutory services to a high standard and over-focus risky regeneration,
Thank you, Councillor Maple.
Gambling with taxpayers' money. I will not be voting
Thank you,
for
Councillor
this
Maple.
amendment.
Right, now, as everyone has had their say, and according to Council Rule 12.5, I will be requesting Chief Executive Richard Hicks to take a recorded vote on the amended motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. So, members, you are voting on the amendment as put forward by Councillor Perfect. I will call on each member in turn, and you will indicate whether you are voting for or against, or whether you abstain. Councillor Anang. Councillor Anna Mashorn. Councillor Barrett. Councillor Bowen. Councillor Brake. Councillor Brown. Councillor Campbell. Councillor Clark. Councillor Cook. Councillor Coombs. Councillor Crozer. Councillor Curry. Councillor Doe. Councillor Edwards. Councillor Etheridge. Councillor Fern. Councillor Field. Councillor Gilbourne. Councillor Golvin. Madam Mayor.
Against.
Councillor Hackwell. Councillor Hammond-Dishay. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Halcrow-Scott. Councillor Hine. Councillor Jones. Councillor Joy. Councillor Kemp. Councillor Khan. Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Marhill. Councillor Mandarakis. Councillor Maple. Councillor MacDonald. No. Councillor Murray. Councillor Myton. Mr Deputy Mayor.
Against.
Councillor Osborne. Councillor Patterson. Councillor Peake. Councillor Pearce. Councillor Perfect. Councillor Llewellyn Printer. Councillor Mark Printer. Councillor Price. Councillor Sands. Councillor Stamp. Councillor Tijan. Councillor Mrs Turpin. Councillor Van Dyke. Councillor Wildey. Councillor Williams. Madam Mayor, the amendment is lost, so members will now be debating the substantive motion.
Thank you very much. So, as Richard has indicated, we are now debating the substantive motion, and I have a number of councillors who wish to speak on that. We will start off with Councillor Khan and then Councillor Price.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And firstly, I would hope that Councillor Golvin will reflect and apologise for his Islamophobic comments made earlier today. I'm not sure why he thought that analogy was appropriate for this chamber, and then to make a mocking comment about diversity. I think perhaps those comments help us to understand the makeup of his group and how reflective it is of Medway. Tonight's budget meeting is a difficult one because it's not a budget that necessarily any of us wanted to make. When the Labour group first came into office, financially, we knew we would have a mountain to climb, but perhaps we were expecting Kilimanjaro rather than Everest. In the last few months, we have sought to deal with a number of challenges, put forward proactive and forward-thinking ideas, and always thought about the impact on our residents with a desire to put our communities first. But we've been faced with a difficult position, whether that be the depleted reserves or the chronic underinvestment in our property portfolio, which has meant that we have been left with very little resilience when faced with big budgetary pressures, such as the rack that was found in Gun Wharf, a classic example of the party opposite failing to fix the roof while the sun was shining. So, Madam Mayor, I refuse to take financial lessons from them, from the party who have mismanaged the books, and in the words of Councillor Turpin, who was the Conservative Deputy Leader until last night, taken decisions that have put us, as the Council, in a financial situation it now finds itself in. And as she goes on to say, it's become more and more apparent that we ignored problems coming over the horizon and postponed difficult decisions until time has run out. Similarly, the former leader, Alan Jarrett, who has brazenly admitted that he recklessly took risky decisions before budget meetings in order to pass them, boasting that in 1 year at the 11th hour he removed £600,000 from adult social care without consultation with the portfolio holder. But the real culpability doesn't lie here. It actually sits with the Conservative government that has starved local authorities. Something which was clear from Councillor Galvin's speech he doesn't either understand or doesn't want to accept. With 91% cut from the revenue support funds since 2010 and councils up and down the country forced to slash services and saying they just can't stay afloat. This government has used local councils to hide their austerity cuts. And guess what? It's just not working anymore. Against this backdrop, it's a bit rich for the party opposite to now pretend they care about free swimming for children, or for the Medway 3 Conservative MPs who have propped up this agenda, voting for cuts time and time again. Madam Mayor, like many councils, we are doing what we can to meet a very challenging financial situation. We are doing it prudently, with compassion, and with the hope to put us in a position to rebuild and become financially sustainable, given what we have inherited. With that in mind, I will be supporting the budget.
Councillor Price.
I've welcomed the opportunity since May the 23rd to work closely with our hard-working managers and staff in children's social care, which led to this authority being recognised by Ofsted for the first time in its history as providing a good service. And I also welcome the collegiate approach that we've adopted throughout this first year in office, whereby we've been working with officers, we've been working across portfolios in order to deliver for people within Medway, in stark contrast between from us and the style of the previous administration, where it was basically left to one person and maybe like a couple of other officers. In the budget setting process, which we started very soon into this year, we were faced with the huge black hole within our budget. There's been prudent management throughout the year in order to bring the service into budget, but also looking ahead by having had SIPFA come in and advised us, we've actually recognised that we had to apply for external financial support in order to get things back on an even keel over the next few years. And in doing so, I'm pleased to have had to avoid making stringent cuts the moment the Ofsted inspectors have gone away from inspecting us, which has happened under the previous administration before. The moment Ofsted have actually gone away, the children's services budgets have been raided, unfortunately, which has then accelerated the downward decline in the quality of that children's service. So I was very pleased that through our work with SIPFA and in the collegiate approach with my officers, that we were able to avoid having to make cuts in our early help programme, which enables us to start helping families at a very earlier stage without having costly interventions further down. We've avoided cutting Medway's youth service, which provides opportunities for children and young people outside the school's curriculum and during school holidays and in evenings and weekends for sports, leisure, social and care activities. And we've avoided having to continue with 4 firms of costly agency staff by investing in our pay and reward schemes and improving recruitment and retention of our own social care staff. Remember, children matter in Medway. Ofsted's words, not ours. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Price. Councillor Spalding and then Councillor Brown.
I'm obliged, Madam Mayor. In my first speech to this council, I gave some advice to Councillor Maple, and that was, if you were a football manager, be bold. OK, we've seen 2 of his star strikers benched this week, and I do use the term strikers quite literally. In fact, I was a bit concerned that I was going to actually lose what I believe the figure is 91% of my lovely space here. But if I can give him some further advice, take the challenging decisions, but certainly don't listen to Galvin talk to you about borrowing and difficult decisions and the best use of resources, because as I recall, this was the gentleman that was so concerned with having a rooftop champagne bar and some glass lifts. Be bold. Take a look at North Dane Way. We have a ransom strip there. It's an asset worth money. There's development proposals going through. If those go through perhaps a different way, that becomes an asset that goes from $1 million to 0. Don't be the council leader that threw millions away. Take a look at Medway North. 900,000 dividend recently, profits of over 100,000. Do we all get that back? No, we don't. It's Medway's money. It should stay in Medway. Take a look at it. Don't be the leader of a Labour authority who's propping up a Conservative county council. Take a look at Volker Highways, whose contract, interestingly, has been renewed for another couple of years, despite the farce over things like 4 Elms Hill, which is now basically cracking up quite literally. Volker Highways, not unreasonably, uses some subcontractors, but understand the subcontractors have subcontractors and have subcontractors. So what is a £1,000 job is now costing us £4,000 or £5,000. Also, be a little aware of those others who may proffer advice. But recently, in Huon High House, though, decided they wanted an audit of salt and grit bins 2 weeks after it had finished snowing and with no bad weather in sight. By all means, be a bold leader, but be a sensible bold leader, and never be afraid to take some advice from some of us over here. Thank you, Madam Mayor. As ever, I am obliged, and I will confirm I'm not voting on this, but I am speaking, and I have done so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spalding. You made it abundantly clear. Councillor Brown and Councillor Curry. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mayor Gurin. I'm not quite sure if we heard correctly when the party opposite made some remarks about the way we were handling things. But if we take the analogy that we should be looking at the big picture here, this country has been run into the ground, and literally run into the ground by some of our prime ministers. Productivity is abysmally low. Businesses looking for some assurance that there are some grown-ups in the room and that they can have some certainty about stuff. The big plea is to change the formulas. Finally, I think the Conservative government might have recognised that its dogma and its recklessness, and I use that word purposefully, in the way that it has run this country for the last 14 years has left us all in the position we're in. And if you take that funnel down to a lower level, i.e. to Medway, we've had Conservative administration running this council on nothing but goodwill. Staff have had very little pay rises. What was the result of that? You were offshoring your problem. You were having consultants, many of whom could possibly be your supporters, but we'll not go there. What I would say is this administration is taking the hard decisions. The hard decisions that we've been forced to take through the problems being caused to us by the government, and that's been supported by the 3 MPs. They all take the small little things and they talk about those, but they don't talk about the dogma that's been driving this country into the ground. There have been decisions made historically, well, we've got 14 years of it now, which basically says it's all right if you're rich, it's all right if you've got friends, it's all right to sell stuff that doesn't actually meet what it's supposed to do, and we all know what I'm referring to here. It's all right to be questionable, it's all right to actually be fined for doing stuff that's illegal. But that's all right because people don't notice because they're busy talking about the small minutiae. Get real here, folks. We've inherited a situation that is dire.
Thank you, Councillor Brown.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carberry, and then Councillor Turpin. Councillor Carberry.
Thank you very much, Mayor Goring. I just wanted to pick up a couple of points made by the Leader of the Opposition in his speech. One is in relation to having faith in Chatham, which he suggested that we don't have. I should like to point out that in the last few months we have delivered a design code for Chatham, we're delivering a neighbourhood plan for the Arches, and we're delivering 2 key planning documents for the intra-area of Chatham. So I think that he's misplaced those words completely, and all of that documentation and all that work is based upon detailed and almost daily consultation with the communities within those areas. So we have a super amount of faith, not just in Chatham itself, but in the people who live there and who work there. So I really would like him to sort of reflect on that. The other thing he mentioned was about the borrowing issue. I would point out that one of the reasons why, and the Leader of the Council referred to this in his speech, one of the reasons why we've paused the IPM project was to stop pouring public money, borrowed public money, tens of millions of pounds of which, into a project that wasn't working. So we are very conscious of how much debt that borrowing racks up for the council, and we are aware that it needs to be stopped. And in fact, we've inherited a huge amount of it from the previous administration. Just a couple of points there in relation to the Leader of the Opposition's speech. What I wanted to reflect on mainly was about the situation that we're placed in. And it's always good to have an example of how underfunding by central government results in problems. We have been plagued for years, not just this winter, but over the last few years, complaints from our community about the condition of our roads and the congestion and the potholes and everything. And that is about lack of infrastructure funding. And I've got a letter here marked in February from the Department of Transport, the Secretary of State for Transport, saying that now they're giving us £8.3 billion extra, which actually they pulled from the HS2 cancellation. So it's not extra money, it's just money that was going to be spent somewhere else that they've drawn over here. And they're going to hand that out, largesse by the government. Actually, it works out at £400,001 for this year for Medway Council. So all that largesse of the government, and that £400,000 might sound a lot of money, but when it comes to resurfacing our roads, it's a drop in the ocean. Actually, the road network in Medway requires between 40 and 50 million pounds of infrastructure funding in order for it to be repaired and brought back to a usable state. That's the situation this government has left us in. So if you're complaining about borrowing, if you're complaining about anything else, make sure that this government will sort out some of the infrastructure, not just here in Medway, but across the whole country. And one of the things I find quite ironic, and I've asked our lovely MP for Rochester and Streward on a number of occasions to write to the government about these infrastructure problems, and she won't do that. So I think we're in a kind of situation here where we can't wait for a new government to come in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Turpin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I welcome the news today of the in-principle capitalisation support that has been announced, but this budget is still precarious and uncertain, which exposes Medway residents to unacceptable levels of risk in terms of service levels. It claims to be sustainable and robust, but instead is on shaky foundations. The responsibility of this lies on us all, both members and officers, as was explained in the SIPFA review. But I do not think that it rises to the challenge. The efforts here by the Labour administration are not making nearly enough headway. It would require multiple unlikely events to coincide for this budget to survive through the financial year. For example, it is based on £500,000 savings from the old Vic, or Eden House as it is now, which on its record over the past 4 years seems incredibly unlikely. It is entirely predictable from this budget that either Children's Services will exceed its budget by millions, or it will lapse back into special measures, as the emphasis on spending has swung towards adult services, which is of course also needed. But how sad that would be, still within one childhood if that happens. It should be the flagship of the Council. We must remember that there is still unfinished work. Despite an overall good rate in inspection, the Disabled Children's Service still requires improvement. Nothing is more important than looking after our elderly, our vulnerable adults and our children. We should ensure we are doing both and not swing from one to another because of impending inspections. What I'm calling for is a change of culture right from the top that is highlighted in the CIPFA report. There have been too many failures of vanity projects, too many broken promises, whether it be the Innovation Park Medway, the HIF bid, which caused a lot of worry and uncertainty for residents on the peninsula, or the uncertainty for Chatham docks, who want to continue to invest in Medway but have the risk of the rug being pulled from under them. Instead, we have on the table a build it and they will come proposal, one which we have learnt, or should have learnt, isn't guaranteed. Councillor Maple seems to have forgotten that Keir Starmer interfered, as he calls it, in the local plan process when he called for Chatham docks to be saved when he was in opposition. I wonder why it was acceptable then, but now isn't. Could it be that his group have already U-turned on their support for this already existing businesses? As he discussed the local plan this evening, I would like to know why a member of the independent group has been denied a place on the local plan working group. Surely in an area which is at risk of huge numbers of housing, the members that represent that area of who should have a seat at the table. They have places on other committees, so why not this? Why is it being blocked? We can only hope that Councillor Maple's road back to sustainability is better planned and the administration road back for Strood, which is going to be gridlocked over the next months. I call for them to re-look at that. The timing of it is unacceptable with important exams. But I want Councillor Maple to call for a referendum. He needs to take the people of Medway along with him. This capitalisation is only a temporary fix, and we need a fighting chance.
Thank you.
We need to increase our council tax.
Thank you, Councillor Turpin. Councillor Osborne.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. And can I also voice my support to the leader for the budget speech tonight? This is a very, very difficult year, and I think the tone was set in when we got elected in May that we said we'd be open and transparent with people, and we absolutely have been. We brought in CIPFA, the public accountancy specialists. They've gone through the books very clearly and come forward with a set of recommendations. And absolutely, we have inherited a series of poor decisions. I think we've heard from the former leader of the opposition in the news about how the former council administration spent its money, and we've actually heard on radio how some of these decisions, the figures didn't add up in some cases. But also the context of a local government settlement which has seen a reduction, 91% since 2010, an overall reduction in 30% as well. So both these things together have created a very difficult situation. Can I commend the work that he has done in opening up these decisions to the Cabinet, engaging with officers in a very open and transparent manner. And yes, these decisions tonight are very, very unpleasant for people. There's going to be some really hard and difficult outcomes from these. And I feel the emotion that I'm making these decisions. I didn't come into politics to make some of these decisions. I want to see better public services. I want to see improvements to communities. I want to see free swimming. I want to see public services that are strengthened. But after 14 years of austerity politics, this is the cost of the outcomes of that, and we are all feeling that. And so I just say to the members opposite, you've got what you voted for in 2010. This is what you wanted. We're standing here, this is your politics. You own it. You own this politics because it is yours. And I just want to finish on this point. I will support this budget. I absolutely think this is a journey that we need to take people on over the next several years. They placed your trust in you, and they placed their trust in us. And we will work every single day to ensure that we get the finances in a better way so that whoever wins in the next election can inherit a better situation and a council that is solvent and forward-looking, so we can actually deliver on those services and improve them. And I want to just finally say to the residents of Medway, you place your trust in us. We will work hard for you every day to try and resolve this situation. We will be open and transparent, and we will take you with us on this very difficult journey. I'm sorry we're here. I think they should apologise, and we should also reflect on that as well, that we have all ended up collectively in this situation, but we are where we are. These decisions are really tough, and I think we've presented what is a fair budget this evening, and I welcome the government's support and intervention, and I'm hopeful that over the next several years that we will end up balancing those books and we will look forward to a brighter future. And I just want to point out that we have a roadmap of improvement across our towns. We're delivering on new parks, which was a manifesto pledge. We're delivering on more homes and affordable homes for people. We've delivered on free weekly bin collection. And I just want to say that we will be committed to all of those pledges. Thank you.
Councillor Brake.
Sorry, I nearly broke my neck. Thank you, Madam Mayor. The matter that I wish to raise might seem by the opposition as being small change compared to the overall size of the budget that we've been talking about today. But that may be small change in some people's eyes, but to the people it affects, in fact, is an important issue. And I refer, of course, to the fact that councillors, having been approached by the Spotlight Theatre and local businesses, as well as residents of the Luton end of Chatham High Street, the Conservative administration of the day listened to the local residents and agreed that the Union Street car park would remain opened and maintained by the Medway Council and not closed. A new entrance to the car park will be constructed, and in addition, due to the new owners of the bingo site who actually purchased the area, closed the access, despite the fact that over many years there had been, I'm sure our legal advisor will give me the right term, but basically it was a gentleman's agreement between the owners of the site and Medway Council that access would always be available. There not being sufficient time due to the local elections for the plan to be implemented, the project was not completed. The Labour administration, through its cabinet, has subsequently, I understand, agreed to the sale of the car park site without any consultation with the local community. In some respects, it smacks of the local businesses being punished for raising this issue in the first place. As we are at budget setting time, it is important that as a councillor, and here I refer to Vince, the leader, who in the past, I think his very first meeting actually said, we are a council, we, the royal we are the council, we, the whole of the council. And we take this into account on local issues and local matters important to local groups and communities. Is this really showing leadership as outlined by Councillor Maple? And should we not be supporting small businesses? It is for this reason, Madam Mayor, that I request that this Labour administration take stock of the situation with regard to the Union Street car park and follow the example of the Conservative administration and maintain the Union Street car park, which is a lifeline to the community and businesses it serves. Please, on behalf of the community, and in particular those associated with the Luton end of the High Street, show leadership in supplying the community and supporting the community, and shows we're not forgetting, of course, that the small businesses, the young people, and the diverse culture of that area still to be found.
Councillor Brake.
Show leadership, please.
Thank you, Councillor Brake. Councillor Hammond issue.
Thank you, Mayor Gurun. This budget has been the least evasive intervention to clear the mess of the opposition, both locally and nationally. Adult social care has increased by 2.5 billion. Department of Health and Social Care reveals the average fee rates for external home care has gone up by 9.6%. So you see we're in a crisis. I like the opposition in addressing the community. The people of Medway need this moment of clarity and truth. Ask yourself, do you feel healthier after 40 years of Tory government rule? Ask your family members, ask your friends, ask your colleagues, ask your local residents. They will give you the answer. You know their answer. They do not feel healthier for all your interventions. It is a failing of the government to understand, grasp, and diagnose the scale of the problem, resulting in these tough decisions we have made. Without an accurate diagnosis, all your interventions are going to be futile, and they're proven to be. They're proven to be damaging, crass, and negative affect every single person in the UK. Hence the 7-year delay in the Health and Social Care Green Paper that's been kicked into the grass. The fish rots from their head down. We all know that saying. So it's no wonder the offsprings of the national government at local level have delayed in producing the local plan, resulting in increased demand for services, rising costs, as my colleagues have rightfully said. You do not need to be a doctor to subscribe to the Hippocratic oath to do no harm. When the opposition could have used a spoon as an intervention, you chose the knife to slice through services. Health is wealth, and we all have been made sick. Sick of the neglect, sick of your short-sightedness, sick of your Crayola interventions, sick of your PPE scandals that have seen hard-working taxpayers' money used to line the pockets of opportunist beneficiaries of the opposition party. It takes fortitude to make the right decision. The opposition should take their medication and be quiet.
Thank you, Councillor Hamendishe. Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Mayor. Interesting to hear councillors opposite ordering the opposition to be quiet. I thought this was a place of democracy. It's not been a good start for Medway Labour. If Christmas was not bad enough with lights, rubbish and fighting councillors, we now have the sight of the new Deputy Mayor announcing on LinkedIn that he'd been appointed a Deputy Mayor before it had been to this place. And tonight, Councillor Khan has tweeted an outrageous tweet where she bandies about the charge of Islamophobia and actually, in her speech, talked to all of us about this. And I think that is an absolutely disgraceful way to behave from someone who wishes to be a PPC.
Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Khan wishes to explain.
I didn't tweet it, I said it. I said it directly to you, so you should have raised it then. I said it in the chamber during my speech.
Thank you. That has been explained.
Councillor Khan, you've tweeted it. Shameful. Shameful.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, the round three budget report to Cabinet outlines that in all of its gory detail an in-year deficit of £11 million. The next year's budget is in deficit £14.5 million, followed by £16 million and £10 million. In 9 months, we have a £52 million deficit for Medway Labour to deal with. When Medway Labour took control of the council, where was their plan to address the financial challenges? Where was the new thinking that Councillor Maple promised the people of Medway as it campaigned almost entirely on national issues? Well, tonight we know there was no plan, there are no ideas, and there is a complete lack of urgency. Just to remind Councillor Maple that all previous Conservative administrations delivered balanced budgets, invested in our communities and put on a great events. Even the challenges of a failing children's services was met with 32 million.
Can you please allow Councillor Lawrence to speak? Thank you. Please carry on.
There was, even with the challenge of failing children's services, was met with investment of £32 million and a return to Ofsted good that happened almost entirely under this administration, not the Labour administration. Now, at the last minute, Councillor Maple calls in SIPA. Maybe it's to be seen to be doing something. Why didn't he call in SIPA at the start of his administration if he was so worried about the council's finance? A total lack of leadership. And yet, despite the financial position of this council, Medway Labour have managed to increase spending by more than 12%, despite SIPA's warnings that the council needs more revenue and less spending to put the budget on a sustainable footing. Does it acknowledge that the additional debt that Medway Labour has taken on since May has increased financing costs by £4.5 million? money that will come out of general spending, and the big ticket item, that huge no strings attached Medway award, which I think comes to £10 million and is entirely unaffordable, should be rethought and focused in those areas where staff are hard to recruit or pay for it through improvements in productivity. Now, I do welcome the extra investment in Medway 2.0. It's of particular interest of mine, and I would draw members' attention to the brilliant work being done under the team led by Phil Watts.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. We move to Councillor Maritime.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry about that problem with the microphone. Interesting comments this evening from various people, it has to be said. I think there's been a kind of failure to take into account that the Conservatives have run Medway Council for 23 years. The Conservative government, with the help of the Lib Dems early on, have been running the country for 14 years. Lots of comments about how, you know, oh, we're happy to help write to the government to assist you with more money. You've had 14 years, why didn't you do it before? And another interesting point I will say, I don't want to take up too much time, is points made about staff. Anybody would think these staff were kind of alien, other, somewhere else. These are Medway residents. There are 2,358 Medway staff members. 1,888 of those members, who will get this pay rise, live in Medway. They are our residents. They will spend their money in Medway. And I think some people are failing to take that into account. But, I mean, it's no real surprise from Councillor Lawrence on his views about staffing. I mean, he raises this regularly in various meetings that I've been in and others have been in. I mean, you might not have a female councillor anymore, but it's great to see that Councillor Lawrence has turned up tonight and is cosplaying as Margaret Thatcher. It's just a shame he's left his handbag at home.
Thank you, Councillor Maritime. So I'm going to move to Councillor Joy and then Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just going on the point that Councillor Maritime brought up, that the Conservatives run this council for 23 years. During the Labour government, this council was well run, and because of being well run, the council tax was quite low because they did really, really well with what they spent, which probably caused a lot of the issues through austerity. Because if you're starting from a low base rate, unlike similar authorities like Brighton and Hove City Council, as years go by, that compounds. And we're currently, I think in 2019, I said we were 100 million behind Brighton and Hove. So we've since had 4 years since then, so it's probably closer to 115, 120 million behind. If we had that money, we wouldn't be having this meeting, we wouldn't be having these discussions. But with regards to who knew what, I remember back in 2019, most of the meetings there's budgetary monitoring, and there's always been challenges to meet. And I was really, really surprised when a lot of things were said in the beginning, saying we had to cut the Christmas lights because the last administration's fault over the finances. We had to stop the free parking because of the last administration's budgeting. And it was quite surprising to Councillor Maple to actually say, we knew we'd have challenging finances when we come in, which, not surprised because I think everyone knew we've had challenging finances. And Councillor Osborne talks about we want to take people of Medway on a journey. But each time they get the opportunity to take accountability and responsibility, show leadership, they always blame somebody else. Red Route wasn't our idea, it's the last administration. The budget, well, SEPA told us to do this. Yeah, back again. This council, prior to asking for the additional funds, asked the government, can we raise council tax without going to a referendum? So the government said no, so it's the government's fault. We are in a sticky wicket. We are in need and we're well behind a lot of other areas. With the comments of we need to get on a journey with the residents of Medway, I'd like to ask you, why have we not asked that question? Do we not believe the people of Medway want Medway to be a better place? And if it has to cost a little bit more, we should really be asking that question. This year is a good chance to do it without hardly any additional cost to the residents of Medway, with an election going on in May. So the question is why we're not showing leadership and going out and asking them questions.
Thank you, Councillor Joy. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor Gurun. Like yourself and the Deputy Mayor and many people in this chamber, I am a Medway resident by choice, not by birth. I love this place. It's somewhere that I've chosen to raise my family. And one of the things that has always struck me about this place is its sense of community and resilience and solidarity in hard times. We stick together. Well, most of us do, not all of us. Because I can think back to several situations through my 20-odd years living in this place where certain people in this chamber have been conspicuous by their absence. Where were they when I was joined by members of the then Labour opposition group as a parent campaigning against school closures? Where were they when I was on a protest campaigning against Sure Start closures, which are a far bigger health benefit for the many than free swimming for the few? Where were they earlier last year when we were campaigning outside Gillingham Station against the closure of ticket offices? The answer is nowhere. Nowhere to be seen, conspicuous by their absence. In fact, worse than that, in many cases, sneering from the sidelines. And yet what we've got tonight are crocodile tears about free swimming. And that's from the party which, as we've heard, actually cut free swimming for all some 14 years ago. The lack of contrition is astounding. But maybe we shouldn't be surprised. There are more hard times ahead, but we'll get through them together. But what we've heard from the opposition tonight is like arsonists criticising the fire brigade for the way they're putting the flames out. This is the fire they started. And with this budget, we can begin to douse those flames. We'll do better than that. As an administration, we'll put out the fire and we'll start to rebuild all that they have destroyed. And we'll do it with a Labour government sooner rather than later. I certainly hope so. And we'll do it with the community. And you've got a choice tonight. You can put your shoulder to the wheel, or you can continue to cry the crocodile tears that won't put the flames out because they don't exist. So I support this budget tonight, and I urge everyone in this chamber to do the same.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wasn't intending to speak tonight, but I feel compelled. First of all, I'd like to ask somebody what the collective noun for sanctimonious councillors are, because we've got a bunch here tonight. But in many years ago when I was studying accountancy, I was told quite categorically that you borrowed to fund revenue at your peril, almost akin to using the one credit card to pay off another credit card and then using a third credit card to pay off the debt. Which brings me to this loan we're getting from the government, the Conservative government, of 40 million this year, 17 million the next year, and 10 million the next year. That's 41 million pound. What the Leader of the Opposition, sorry, I beg your pardon, the Leader of the Council, slip of the tongue there. He didn't say what the actual term of the loan is, how long the loan is for, what the interest rate is, because I'd like to know exactly how much this loan is going to cost us, because it's not a grant, it's a loan, therefore loans have to be paid back. And also, while he's working out what the interest rate is, perhaps he could also tell us that once the debt is settled, how much actual fact we've paid it, because it seems to me even rough calculations is going to be an eye-watering amount. And I was going to talk about the car park on Union Street, but Councillor Brake has done it far more eloquently than me, so I'll call it a day there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Councillor Cook and then Councillor Perfect. Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Mayor Gurung. I appreciate you calling me. Like many of us have said tonight, I've been particularly concerned about the reduction in local authority funding, 91%, and the need to put all sorts of things right. An example would be needing to revive a whole fleet of refuse trucks at the same time. But the thing that worries me, to be honest, even more than that, has been the depletion of our reserves. There's been a lot of discussion tonight and in previous committees, a kind of challenge that this kind of discussion happens every year and that in previous years the budget has balanced. But if that's the case, I don't understand why the reserves have gone down. It's again been said that this is a difficult decision that needs a lot of conversation, but when we look at SIPFA, SIPFA itself has said that the past administration was becoming over-optimistic on being able to reduce the overspends. I'm proud to be in this group, which take careful and transparent decisions, and we've been really careful, as our leader has said, to share that journey. And I know that our officers need certainty in the decisions that they're making, and I can only imagine how difficult it must have been when they have had to make changes because of unexpected budgets. So I'm really proud to stand with my colleagues as we make difficult decisions, something we all need to do, because ultimately we know that these tough choices are in the long-term interests of Medway. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cook. Councillor Perfect.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I just wanted to reflect on a comment that was made actually earlier on by Councillor Curry, who is the portfolio holder for Strategic Regeneration and Climate Change, where he confirmed to us this evening that the Labour group does not support the Network North plan that was brought forward by Mark Harper, referencing the £400,000 a year that the council will receive, which he claimed as part of that. He wasn't impressed with, and that he wrote back apparently to the Secretary of State saying that he didn't want the money, which is disappointing given that, you know, that's £36 billion worth of funding that the government has redirected from additional funding sources.
Councillor Curry wishes to raise a
Slightly
point
confused
of
by by the comments made. I haven't written to anybody. I mean, I didn't write to the Secretary of State. I was quoting my letter that he'd written to Kelly Tolhurst, saying that's where the money came from, and that's out in the public domain, that sort of information. So
you referenced you didn't like the £400,000. You specifically referenced that within your speech earlier on. Do you welcome it or not?
Would you like to explain that? I mean, this is your opportunity to make your point of explanation.
It's not enough. That was my point. We haven't got enough money from this government to pay for our infrastructure.
Point made. Thank you
very much.
As I say, it's disappointing that the administration aren't welcoming that. And of course, that work also will include the A229 Bluebell Hill works, which will be transformative for Medway. It's a wider infrastructure plan that the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State have brought forward, which is going to really deliver, especially at those peak times in the morning and the evenings, that accessibility that people require, and regularly residents speak to us. Certainly I know residents of the commuters that I speak to have concerns about. So it's very disappointing that the Labour group appear not to be supporting and welcoming that £36 billion coming forward as part of Network North. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll obviously be supporting the report tonight. As already mentioned, Medway Council has had a 91% reduction in the revenue support grant from central government since 2010. That is the reality, although we know that the opposition doesn't like to hear it. The opposition also likes to talk about core spending power when they discuss government funding for local government. But as the report also says, Medway Council's core spending power per head of population places us amongst the lowest funded local authorities, despite relatively high levels of deprivation compared to other councils in the South East. This Conservative government has continually failed to invest in the people of Medway. And because of this, we are now having to do the heavy lifting as a new administration and tackle the difficult decisions that the previous administration dodged. This is not business as usual. Just look at the broader picture of local government across the piece. But the opposition fails to grasp the scale of the challenge because they're not up to the job. But with exceptional financial support now granted and our own improvement programme to allow us to invest to save, we can return the Council to financial sustainability without further government support by 2027-28. And unlike the previous administration, who didn't make sure they were achieving the savings baked into previous budgets, including disposing of underused assets as planned, we will make sure that we properly monitor progress against these planned savings because we are a financially literate and responsible Cabinet and Labour administration. There are many cuts in this budget that are regrettable, I'll be perfectly honest. As my colleagues have already said tonight, the removal of universal free swimming, for example. But it is far better to remove free swimming and put in place an affordable concession scheme to help young people than to sell off our swimming pools, as many other local councils have had to do. England has lost 400 swimming pools since 2010, and we don't want to lose assets that we know are valued by the community if we can avoid it. And we certainly don't want to sell them cheaply in what is becoming a local government fire sale. And I'm afraid we won't be taking any advice from the opposition, given their record on financial mismanagement, which includes running down reserves and failing to keep the buildings we own in good order. We are fixing many of the problems of the previous administration, such as Innovation Park Medway, by stopping millions of pounds being spent on a project that simply wasn't working. Instead, as is made clear in the budget report, we are pausing this project and taking some time to consider how we can achieve the aims of economic growth and high-value GVA jobs in a better and more financially sustainable way. The reality is, unlike other parts of the public sector, like central government or the NHS, we are legally required to set a balanced budget, and I'm comfortable that we're taking appropriate action.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Tejant, and then Councillor Howcroft-Scott.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I want to draw Councillor Edwards' attention to a note that was left back in 2010 by a very famous ex-treasurer, Treasury Secretary, Liam Brown. The note read, very literally, there is no money left. Okay, there was no money left in 2010. That led to certain measures. But just taking you back to the report, 11.1, that until last year, the Council has consistently underspent its revenue budget. So, you know, I want to remind members who keep pointing out that the last administration that managed to balance the budget year in, year out, managed to run this authority without begging central government for assistance at the last hour, managed to provide free swimming for our young and elderly, managed to run a very, very robust finance team. Madam Mayor, I can't support the budget proposed. We believe that the spending plan is unsustainable and it could potentially lead to financial instability. We can't, Madam Mayor. The proposed increases in expenditure significantly exceeds the growth in our local economy and the anticipated revenues. So as the opposition leader stated and just mentioned by Councillor Kemp, you can't carry on borrowing to fund necessities, you know, and that is only going to provoke unwelcome tax increases. And who's going to bear the brunt of it? Who's going to pay that? Our residents and the next generation. Secondly, the proposed budget appears to prioritize short-term gains over long-term financial health and resilience. For instance, a significant allocation towards temporary initiatives without any clear assessment of their long-term viability or impact. You know, it might not represent the best use of our scarce resources in the current climate, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tijan. Councillor Howcroft-Scott.
Sorry, I'm having problems with my mic. I can honestly say how disappointed I am with the people opposite. George Perfect, Councillor George Perfect, roads, 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 roads. There's a climate change crisis, for God's sake. Wake up. You people are just unbelievable. You cause destruction and hardship to decent people in our society.
Councillor Howcroft-Scott, may I just pause you there? Councillor Perfect wishes to make a point of explanation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was talking about the Network North plan, which is part of a wider initiative which does include public transport, including the £2 bus fare and also improvements to the railway stations that Councillor Patterson was referencing. So I just wanted that noted. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Where's the public with Bell Hill then?
Okay.
I heard Bluebell Hill and A249. So maybe my hearing is not working, but it definitely was. Children turn up at schools hungry. Malnutrition and ill health is growing, as is obesity, due to fruit and veg are more expensive than crisps and rubbish food. Our children are the unhappiest in the world. Social and emotional mental health, unhappiest children in Europe and the world. Fewer children than ever reading for pleasure, school buildings crumbling, no hot meals for children. And I tell you this, the teaching profession that I've been a member of for nearly 40 years is in its biggest recruitment crisis ever. Morale is on the floor, there are no resources and people are unhappy. Leadership over here is making tough decisions and doing a better job than you could ever dream of doing. On the 21st of February, the House of Commons discussed the challenges of childcare and the affordability of it. You closed down our Sure Start centres. Childcare is about good nursery education, not childcare. Education, education, education. That was what the former Labour Prime Minister said. And all you can talk about is fuel, roads and ruining the planet. Go to bed.
Thank you, Councillor Howcroft-Scott. Finally, Councillor... So, Councillor Doe and then Councillor Peake.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, the first thing I'd like to say is that I think that this whole budget, whilst you would like the public to believe that this is a very well-balanced and well-thought-out budget, in fact, what it's doing is it's running, again, at a very large deficit. The only answer to this is by taking a huge gamble on the future, which is somehow that after 2 to 3 years of Labour administration, that actually all the books are suddenly going to balance. Well, the only way they're going to balance, I've never known the Labour Party generally to be famous for the amount of cuts it's going to have to make, but there are some painful decisions that have to be made. And one of the painful decisions, I think, that is perhaps, you say that's crocodile tears, for example, about free swimming. But I mean, it's not only free swimming. I mean, if you take anyone who's even looked at the fee schedules here, you know, where we're for example, putting up a disability swim by 56%, you know, where we have other increases of 30% and 36%. Now, how that resonates with those people in the lower income groups that are supposed to be using these services quite defeats me. And I think that is actually, I do hope that they'll have another look at that. But I think the question of the pay increase that was given, I think that there's a deliberate misunderstanding. I hope it's not deliberate, but I rather fear it may be. But there is a thing, I think, if the increase had been properly targeted in the way that has been suggested on this side of the House, then I think that it would have been justifiable. But it hasn't been targeted, it's just been handed out, and I think that's a grave mistake. I think really that, you know, that is really piling on problems, which, when you're piling problems upon problems, and then concealing it by this loan arrangement, which will gradually, like all loans, even in your own life, one would know, stick it on your credit card. Eventually you're going to have to pay that credit card, but you've also got to pay a great big slew of interest at the end of it. And that is what is really happening. And I think that I'd also get very fed up with this kind of suggestion that the Labour group just didn't really see all this stuff happening. You know, they actually came along one morning and turned up and so surprised to see all this, you know, and so on. For instance, that we were, quote, neglecting buildings and the amount that we put in there. The quite simple answer is if the money isn't there, you can't do it. And there are other solutions, of course, to it, some of which we've had to employ. And some of those have been supported, for example, by clever bidding and so on. And I've yet to see whether there's going to be more clever bidding and more effort made to attract resources in. And so far, I've seen nothing.
Thank you, Councillor Doe. Councillor Peake, and then we will return to the supporter of the original motion, Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mayor. Am I on? Yeah. I actually pushed the button when Councillor Galvin was speaking, so I'm just, apparently it's my fault, I didn't keep the button down. So I'm looking back at what I wrote, what was like over an hour ago, and just seeing how relevant it is. Well, I think it still is, because it's the same old comments time and time again. We started with Councillor Galvin making an emotional comment about the impact on the children, on our children and grandchildren. Well, yes, this is of concern. But then I thought, well, what is your alternative? And then I might have been mishearing things. I must admit that, you know, I find it hard to hear everything. And do wonder sometimes when I hear the Conservatives speak, whether I've actually misheard them. Is it right that Councillor Galvin actually said something about it shows that the Labour is not capable of running administration? Surely not. Surely the Conservatives would not have the brass neck cheek after their behaviour with the budget, with the Medway finances, and way they have rubbished it to make such a comment. I mean, how much evidence do you need before you recognise this? There was also the claim about a balanced budget. Well, the reason why you had a balanced budget is because you kept on taking away from the reserves. But that's not good financial management. Time and time again, you balanced. I see people shaking their head. As if this is wrong, then, you know, you prove me wrong, prove it to me. You did not balance the budget efficiently. You took from the financial reserves. And what I'm really keen to know is, where was your long-term strategy? You would not run your own business without one, so why did you not do this when you were in charge? And all these comments about, oh, you must have known. Sorry, you need to take responsibility. And I get really fed up with what I call the Boris Johnson-esque. Not me, Gov, not me, Gov. You show character and you accept your responsibility. Now, I actually agree with what Councillor Crozer said about how the public get fed up with this party politics, just bashing each other. And he is right. We really should be putting together in these hard times for the good of the people in Medway. But that's not possible until you've done stage one. And stage one is recognising what you've done wrong in the past so you learn from your mistakes. And yet, when you hear the Conservatives speak, it's almost like they're in an alternative reality. Sorry, I've got to look back now because, like I say, it's a bit fractured now. Oh, yes, I wondered what your alternative proposals was. So you brought up swimming. I'm not saying swimming isn't important, but your amendments won't have any substantial impact on the overall budget. So is that all you could come up with? So what are your alternatives?
Thank you.
My concern is that you're going to do it by stealth in social services.
You have made your point. Thank you, Councillor Peake. I am now going to return to the supporter of the original motion, Councillor Murray.
Gurung. In supporting our leader tonight, and I thank everybody for their contributions, most of them, I want to thank everyone who's helped us, who helped us arrive at the first stop on our journey to making Medway's finances sustainable. The last 3 months were tough, but I'm confident that this Labour administration's determination to do things differently will take us where we need to be, financially secure and providing the people we represent with the modern, decent services they need and deserve. Our opposition tonight's in a bind. You'd think that after 25 goes at it, Councillor Galvin might have got near to getting it right. Instead, all he can offer is a view from the very distant past, I mean, blimey, Robert Maxwell, and a load of moaning about our plans to spend and save, something the Tories persistently rejected. As for his home DIY plan for Gun Wharf, we'll do the repairs, Councillor Galvin, and make the improvements you never carried out, because we want our staff and the public who visit us there to have a safe and decent working environment. We also, Councillor Lawrence and others, want our staff to have decent wages, to show we value their efforts and want them to stick with us so that spending on locums reduces and we achieve stability. As Councillor Galvin said, there is indeed only one Pentagon Centre. We're going to make it great and leave the photocopiers to the Tories. Councillor Turpin's worries on children's services are unfounded. Our plans for adults are not to the detriment of children's services, rather will strengthen the strengthening will improve transition and our children's chances in their adult lives. On Union Street, Councillor Brake, your administration carried an annual property disposal target of 4 million for years without selling anything. Another example of poor budget monitoring. That car park is landlocked and would cost $600,000 to make it accessible. What replaces it will be better for everyone. We have turned over every stone, and we asked CIPFA to help us because we value experts, we don't trash them. Our Cabinet has worked directly with colleagues from the corporate management team, and they in turn work with their teams to find savings and efficiencies that will make a difference without taking a wrecking ball to the services, and will do what CIPFA has told us is long overdue. We'll monitor our plans. No more secrets or surprise raids on depleted reserves. No more closing the books once the budget meeting is over or denigrating the warning signs that there's trouble ahead. This Labour Council is determined to get Medway's future back. But in doing so, we won't forget who caused the problems in the first place. The blame is firmly at the Conservative government's door, and those who have supported their determination to wreck public services should hang their heads in shame. In 2010, David Cameron and his Liberal coalition lapdogs set out to do what the Tories always want to, shrink the state, and developed a false narrative that somehow the global financial crisis of 2008, caused by reckless bankers, was the fault of profligate public services. The resulting austerity regime has stolen hope, dignity and freedom from all of us.
Thank you.
But most of all from the poorest in our society. Our budget is the first step on the road to not doing that anymore.
Now I return to the proposer of the original motion, Councillor Maple.
Thank you, Mayor Gurung. I want to sum up tonight's debate. I'll start with the opposition group. We were promised a few months ago a full alternative budget. We were promised that. Opposition promise broken. There you go. We have a piece of paper which we've already debated tonight. Potentially setting redundancies in process, if we'd accepted, is a completely unacceptable way to deal with that. And perhaps learning some of the lessons from their previous leader, who from all accounts made the budget up sometimes whilst he was stood here. Those times have gone. It's a new opportunity for Medway. I'm proud to move the budget as per my initial speech. I'm also proud this is the last speech I will make as the leader of a new administration. This is now our administration, and it's the people's administration, They've put us here, they've put their trust in us, and we will not let them down. It will be hard, it will be difficult. The decisions tonight are the start of that journey. So I recognise that there will be more difficult decisions. That's undoubted. As we go through these things, things happen, events happen, challenges come and go. But we know at the heart of the decision making we are making tonight is the 14 years that not just this council, not just every council in Kent, not just every council in the South East, not just every council across England, but the whole UK have had to deal with austerity cuts in funding from central government. That's what we're dealing with tonight. We're clearing up the mess. And Councillor Habib Tijan, look, your contribution when you say you balance the books, you set a budget on reserves and then use more reserves to balance the book at the end of the year. That's not fiscal responsibility. We're getting on with making this place, our council, our community, the place all of us call home, the place that I'm proud to call home, have a council, a local authority, focused on the future, focused on making sure our vulnerable, our young people, our old people, those who are working hard day in, day out, including our hard-working staff, get the council they rightfully deserve. So, Mayor Gurung, I'm proud to move the first budget speech from a majority Labour and cooperative administration. I'm proud to stand here with my colleagues, united in the form that we are, taking forward our ambitious, bold plan, recognising the challenge, reaching out to experts like CIPFA to listen to their advice and guidance, not to somehow think they're the enemy, not to somehow think they're the other. We're all part of this, we're working hard, we're getting the job done. Thank you, Mayor Gurung.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. As I've said already, according to Council Rule 12.5, I will be requesting the Chief Executive to take a recorded vote on the substantive motion in respect of this report.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. So, members, you are now voting on the budget proposals themselves. And again, I will call each member in turn and you will indicate whether you are for or against or whether you abstain. Councillor Anang. Councillor Anna-Mashorn. Councillor Barrett. Councillor Bowen. Councillor Brake. Councillor Brown. Councillor Campbell. Councillor Clark. Councillor Cook. Councillor Coombs. Councillor Crozer. Councillor Curry. Councillor Doe. Councillor Edwards. Councillor Etheridge. Councillor Fern. Councillor Field. Councillor Gilbourne. Councillor Golvin. Madam Mayor.
For.
Councillor Hackwell. Councillor Hammond-Dishay. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Halcroft-Scott. Councillor Hine. Councillor Jones. Councillor Joy. Councillor Kemp. Councillor Khan. Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Mahill. Councillor Mandarakas. Councillor Maple. Councillor Murray. Councillor Myton. Mr Deputy Mayor. Councillor Osborne. Councillor Patterson. Councillor Peake. Councillor Pearce. Councillor Perfect. Councillor Luella Prenter. Councillor Mark Prenter. Councillor Price. Councillor Sands. Councillor Stamp. Councillor Tijan. Councillor Mrs Turpin. Councillor Van Dyke. Councillor Wildey. Councillor Williams. Madam Mayor, the budget is passed.
Thank you. Is that agreed? Right. We now move to item 11, which is the public space protection orders and alcohol control. Councillor Osborne, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and I hope this one will take slightly less time than the previous item on the agenda. So public space protection orders are instruments used by the police and the council to enforce controls within certain areas. And unlike the previous PSPO, which was a Medway-wide order that was focused on nuisance vehicles and e-scooters, these are existing PSPOs linked to major high street centres, and in particular alcohol control and dog control zones. The proposal here, we went out to consultation with residents and businesses in these centres, and the results can be found in the appendices, which show an overwhelming support for the extension of these alcohol control zones in relation to challenging overconsumption of alcohol and antisocial behaviour in those high streets. Members will be drawn to the fact that the overwhelming majority of people who responded to the consultation indicated support for these proposals. The challenge will be, as we move forward, as has been mentioned in this council in the previous item, will be resourcing and also supporting our police and other officers to challenging this behaviour. And we all know that this is a problem in many high streets. So I would ask members across the chamber to support this proposal. It gives the powers to our police and council officers to enforce alcohol control and other orders in our centres. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Osborne. Is that supported? Councillor Edwards is supporting. Would you like to speak now? Or
yeah, I'll speak now, thank you.
Okay, sure.
I'm really happy to second this report requesting that the Council approves the extension for a further 3 years of the existing 4 town centre alcohol control PSPOs. We have ambitious plans to regenerate our town centres, but we know that people only visit them if they feel safe. By extending these PSPOs, we are taking action where we have powers as a local council to tackle street drinking and the antisocial behaviour that often arises from it. I really welcome the work of the council's community safety team, which has been really successful in working with Kent Police, using initiatives like the PSPOs to bring down antisocial behaviour in our town centres. But we need to be really honest about the scale of the problem. I know from speaking to businesses in town centre forum meetings that even reporting street drinking and antisocial behaviour to the police is not as simple as it should be. I also know from attending those meetings that the neighbourhood policing teams in Rochester and Strood, under the new policing model we have here in Kent, are currently operating at about half the resourcing levels that they should have, and I think that's disgraceful. In October last year, I put this to the Kent's Police and Crime Commissioner and was told that the picture would be much improved by now, but there's been no progress. The reality is that PSPOs work best when they are properly funded, when they have properly funded police teams operating in and around our town centres. And sadly, this government's record on fighting crime and antisocial behaviour is abysmal, and these issues will only be properly addressed when we have a Labour government. So I welcome this report and the action that we are taking to tackle street drinking and antisocial behaviour as a council. But I also call on the government to properly fund Kent Police so that we can make sure PSPOs can do what they are meant to do, and that is to make our town centres in Medway safer, cleaner, and much more attractive places for people to visit.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. I will now move the motion to the floor for debate. There was a name here, Councillor Tejan. Councillor Tejan, do you wish to speak?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, we will be supporting this report as Conservative. I just want to put on record that we have more police officers than we ever have before now on our streets due to this Conservative government. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tejan. Councillor Joy wishes to speak as well, so this is your opportunity. Councillor Joy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Public space protection orders are really, really good in principle, but unless they're going to be enforced, they're not going to work. One of the pledges by this Labour administration was to put wardens in every single ward. So, with regards to delivering this, we need to make sure we've got we need to make sure, sorry Councillor Maple, make sure that we're actually putting the people on the ground. Kent Police are training more officers to be able to deliver their side of the bargain. We need to make sure that Medway Council are also doing that and making sure we've got people that are suitable to be able to enforce this, because without enforcement it's not going to work. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Joy. Councillor Spalding wishes to speak as well. So Councillor Spalding and then...
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Something I can actually vote on. I'll support this, and you know, we can have a little bit of a laugh and joke about things sometimes, because there's an irony in this that on the day the news broke about the 2 former Labour councillors being suspended for a punch-up, Councillor Maple was at probably the greatest non-league football club in the south of England, Chatham Town, signing the anti-violence pledge. And we can all have a little giggle about things like that, because the anti-violence pledge, along with these orders and along with various other matters that are coming forward, do actually work. These are just one tool in a whole toolbox of measures that we can use. So I'll be happy to support it. But I would also remind the Labour group opposite that when they asked for 80 new police officers and the Conservatives voted it down, yes, I was here, I was sat behind the rope at that time, we were told that with a Labour administration we would get 80 new police officers. Perhaps if we had that, we might have had less violence at Christmas, but I will be happy to support this. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Spalding. And I would like to just reiterate, actually, the anti-violence pledge is an important one, nothing to be joked about, so just wanted to make that clear. So, Councillor Maple.
Thank you, Mayor Gurung, and I'm grateful for Councillor Spalding following me incessantly, in a nice way incessantly, on social media and pointing out that Chatham Town were the first sports team in the county to sign that particular pledge. Again, another aspect to how we, as a council, can't do everything by ourselves, but we will always work with partners, so I was very pleased to be there. Now, I don't want to sound like the former leader of this council, but I'm afraid, and I was genuinely not, I know we all say this, I was going to speak on this, and now I am. I wasn't going to speak again, but now I am. Councillor Joy, it's really interesting that you raise the fact of a budget for wardens, the same budget you have just voted against. I really didn't want to say that, but I couldn't let that particular point. Look, we've got a 4-year term. Those wardens are coming. They will make a great contribution. And again, recognising that the opposition's amendment was just starting redundancy talks and all that kind of HR process without any conversation, I know my colleagues are in detailed conversation working with senior officers, looking at how those structures with existing staff can take that forward. Wardens are an important part of our community. Wardens do a great job. They were part of the reason I said thank you at the start of my budget speech. Like so many staff doing an amazing job day in, day out. I'm very, very pleased to support Councillor Osborne, supported by Councillor Edwards' proposal on this. It's another important tool, but the reality is, when policing's pulled out of schools, when police numbers of PCSOs are dropping, those faces that we see at packed meetings, those individuals who are in our community, that makes all of this more challenging. So we need to have the roadmap for a better, safer, secure community, and this is part of those tools. But the reality is, the cuts we've seen in some of those frontline individuals means that that's a more difficult thing for all of us as a community, as a one Medway community, to make sure that we tackle. So I'm very grateful that there seems to be cross-party support, but I recognise that I regret that I have to sound like the former leader of the council. That's the only time during a budget meeting I will, and rest assured we will continue our collective, collaborative approach on all matters, whether it's the budget or the safety of our community.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. I will return to the proposer, Councillor Osborne.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I put this to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that agreed? Agreed. We come to the last item on the agenda today, which is the Pay Policy Statement 2024-2025. Councillor Hamilton, would you like to make a proposal?
I would, Madam Mayor. Dear Mayor Gurung and members of the Council, it's my privilege to move the Pay Policy Statement 2024-2025 as set out in Appendix 1 to the report for approval by Council. Section 38(1) of the Localism Act 2011 requires us to produce a pay policy statement for each financial year. I'm pleased that our Council approach to this requirement is one which goes beyond the minimum requirements and demonstrates this Labour administration's commitment to fair and equitable treatment for all Council employees serving the people of Medway, and its commitment to promoting positive and constructive employee relations. In contrast to the Conservative-run Kent County Council, with its pay multiple of 8.1, our current pay multiple is 5.45, demonstrating once again this Labour administration's action to address unfair and inequitable practices. Our current pay multiple represents an appropriate, fair and equitable pay relationship between the highest salary and that which applies to the rest of our workforce. We value every member of staff's contribution to serving the people of Medway. Our Labour administration welcomes the aim behind this pay policy statement to ensure it is transparent and accessible for all staff and for our prospective staff, and to enable local residents and taxpayers to take an informed view of whether local decisions on all aspects of remuneration are fair and make the best use of public funds. As such, I am delighted to move the Pay Policy Statement 2024-2025 for Council approval.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Is that supported?
Second.
Okay, supported by Councillor Van Dijk. Do you wish to speak now or reserve the right to speak later?
I'll speak now, thanks. I'm pleased to second and seek approval of this motion. As Councillor Hamilton states, the obligation to produce the policy is an annual requirement under the 2011 Localism Act, and the policy seeks to reflect equality issues across the Council within the available financial envelope, recognising cost of living pressures on our hard-working staff and seeking to avoid as far as possible the use of costly locums, which places even greater pressure on the Council's finances, where there has been previously difficulty in recruiting substantive staff, as referred to by the Leader of the Council. Whilst the number of locums currently utilised within the Council is gradually reducing, it is to its advantage, not simply on grounds of cost, to aspire to a stable, substantive workforce. Further, the comparison between Medway's proposed pay multiple that was referred to by Councillor Hamilton and that of our neighbouring county council demonstrates commitment to treat our hard-working staff fairly. As the paper states, there are no additional financial risks associated with the policy, as it highlights policies that have already been agreed by members, but formal approval by the Council is necessary in accordance with the 2011 Act.
Thank you, Councillor Van Dijk. I would like to move this motion to the floor, but looks like no one else wants to speak on this motion. Okay, I have one speaker, one councillor who wishes to speak. Councillor Peake.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to speak in favour of this pay increase, although the language, pay increase, okay, we've got inflation at 4% now, thanks due to the good work of the Bank of England. But when you consider how many past years, inflation has been far greater than any increase that the Medway staff has received. But at least this is a very important step in the right direction. I enjoyed watching the Employment Matters Committee from the 30th of January. He had an amazing situation here where Councillor Hackwell actually said something about this proposal is excessive. But then again, he also spoke about how it is not true that the Medway Council is broke. Now, you've got to consider this, the surrounding factors around this. We had something like a 32% loss of people employed within the first 12 months. This is a ridiculous situation. It's such a waste of money. It costs a lot to recruit, and then there's a good big cost in training. This is not good long-term use of our resources. We need to retain our staff. We will still have staff paid less than the rest of the Kent. Our terms and conditions are not as good as London. So at least we are taking this really important step to go in the right direction. So therefore I urge the party opposite to join us. Because if you don't, you're in fact saying that the Medway employees are not worth. It's all very well having warm words about how you think, nurses or whatever do a great job. When you also say things like, if you work hard, you deserve your due reward, well, I actually agree, but when I say it, I'm talking about people in the public sector, armed forces, the police, nurses, and including our staff. So I urge you to support this proposal. So, yeah, that was it actually, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Peake. Councillor Tijan.
Madam Mayor, to put Councillor Pigg at ease, we will be supporting this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. That's helpful. Back to Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Gurung. I put this to the vote.
Is that agreed? Excellent. So, there being no further business, before I close the meeting, I would like to thank everyone for your contributions to this important meeting, and to all the viewers, the live stream viewers, as well as the public for watching. And there being no further business, I declare the meeting closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.